Hey story enthusiasts! This is another Harry bringing you another gem. In this video, we present to you what if Charlie Morningstar's redemption magic detected Harry's suffering and she rescued him from Privet Drive at age 7. If you enjoy these stories as much as we enjoy sharing them, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The Redemption Detector. Charlie Morningstar sprinted through the crimson hallways of her family's mansion, clutching a strange contraption to her chest. The device, a mess of gears, crystals, and what looked suspiciously like a modified egg beater, sparked occasionally with multicolored light. Come on, just hold together until I reach the lab," she muttered, blowing a strand of blonde hair from her face. Her father would absolutely lose it if she blew up another wing of the palace. The last explosion had taken out his favorite portrait gallery, and Lucifer Morningstar wasn't known for his forgiving nature, even with his only daughter. Charlie kicked open the door to her private workshop and quickly placed the device on a workbench. The room buzzed with magical energy, shelves overflowing with bottles of mysterious liquids, arcane symbols etched into the floor, and in the center, a massive pentagram designed for her experiments. Okay, Operation Redemption Detector, take 27. She clapped her hands together, her eternal optimism undimmed despite 26 previous failures. Vaggie, Charlie's girlfriend and voice of reason, leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed. "Charlie, honey, maybe we should take a break. You've been at this for 3 days straight. I can't stop now. I'm so close to proving redemption is possible." Charlie carefully positioned the device in the center of the pentagram. "This time I've calibrated it to detect pure suffering, the kind that comes from souls capable of change. If this works, we'll be able to identify the demons most ready for redemption." Vaggie sighed fondly. "And your father still thinks this is all a waste of time? Dad doesn't understand. He's stuck in his ways." Charlie adjusted a final dial. "But I'll prove to everyone that even in hell, people can be better." With dramatic flair, Charlie flipped the activation switch. The machine hummed, crystals glowing brighter as energy pulsed through the pentagram's lines. Magical currents swirled around the workshop, lifting papers and rattling bottles. "Is it supposed to do that?" Vaggie asked nervously, eyeing the increasingly violent energy storm. Not exactly." Charlie bit her lip. The machine's central crystal suddenly blazed with blinding light, and the rotating components spun faster than should have been physically possible. "Okay, slight calibration issue," the device exploded. Not with fire or shrapnel, but with a silent concussive wave that knocked both women off their feet. The blast rippled outward, then suddenly reversed direction, imploding into a single point of light that shot upward through the ceiling. Charlie scrambled to her feet, eyes wide. "Holy shit! Charlie!" Vaggie grabbed her arm. "What just happened?" "I don't know. It wasn't supposed to." Charlie froze mid-sentence as something impossible happened. The beam of light that had disappeared through the ceiling returned, punching back through the floor and materializing as a three-dimensional image hovering above the pentagram. The projection showed a small, desperately thin boy with messy black hair and broken glasses, scrubbing a kitchen floor while a massive walrus of a man shouted at him. Though there was no sound, the boy's flinch when the man raised a hand was unmistakable. "What is this?" Vaggie whispered. Charlie approached the image cautiously. "It's the detector working. But this isn't hell. And that's not a demon." She circled the projection, her expression darkening. "That's a human child. On Earth." The image shifted, showing the same boy being shoved into a tiny cupboard under some stairs, then changed again to show him cooking while barely tall enough to reach the stove, burns visible on his thin arms. Charlie's normally cheerful demeanor vanished completely. Her eyes flashed red for just a moment. The detector was calibrated for suffering with potential for redemption, but it's showing me this child instead. "Maybe it's broken," Vaggie suggested. "No." Charlie shook her head, watching as the images continued cycling through scenes of neglect and casual cruelty. No, it's working exactly as designed. It's just not detecting what I expected. She touched the image, her fingers passing through the projection of the small boy. It's detecting suffering all right, his suffering. And something about his situation connects to redemption magic. Vaggie touched Charlie's arm. Charlie, you know the rules about interfering on Earth. Your father, I need to investigate this. Charlie's voice had that stubborn tone Vaggie knew all too well. There's a reason my magic connected to this specific child. You can't just pop up to Earth on a whim. There are protocols, permissions, but Charlie was already pulling books from shelves, grabbing ingredients. I'm not asking for permission to open a full portal. Just a small window to observe. She paused, looking at Vaggie with earnest eyes. Something about this feels important, Vaggie. Really important. Vaggie recognized the determined set of Charlie's jaw and sighed. Fine. But just observation, right? No interference. Charlie's smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Of course. For hours later, Charlie crouched invisible on the perfectly manicured lawn of number 4, Privet Drive, watching through the window as the small boy, Harry, she'd learned his name was Harry, dusted the living room while his enormous cousin deliberately knocked things over behind him. She'd expected her observation window to show her why her redemption detector had connected to this child. Instead, each passing minute made her increasingly furious. The casual cruelty, the obvious neglect, the stark difference between how Harry was treated compared to his cousin, it was like watching a particularly unpleasant circle of hell, except the victim was a child who had done nothing to deserve punishment. Enough dusting, boy, the horse-faced woman snapped. Start on dinner. And don't you dare burn anything like last time. Harry couldn't have been more than 7, yet he moved to the kitchen with the weary resignation of someone decades older. Charlie watched him drag a step stool to the stove and begin preparing food he would likely get only scraps of, if the difference in size between him and his cousin was any indication. Charlie had seen enough. She teleported back to her observation point, a small copse of trees at the end of the street, and cancelled her invisibility spell. This is fucked up, she muttered to herself, pacing between the trees. That family. Her fists clenched, sparks dancing between her fingers as her anger flared. Charlie prided herself on seeing the good in everyone, on believing in redemption and second chances. But watching that family, the Dursleys, she'd gathered from her observation, she found her optimism severely tested. The way they treated Harry wasn't just mean, it was systematic and cruel. I should report this to someone, she said, trying to think logically. There must be human authorities who handle this sort of thing. But something nagged at her. During her observation, she'd noticed odd occurrences around the boy. When his cousin had shoved him particularly hard, the vase that should have broken when Harry crashed into it had somehow remained intact. When his aunt had cut his hair horribly short, it had grown back overnight, earning him a week locked in the cupboard. These weren't normal human occurrences. He's magical, Charlie realized. That's why my detector found him specifically. This complicated things. Charlie knew enough about the mortal realm to understand that magical communities often policed their own, separate from mundane human authorities. If Harry was part of a magical community that allowed this treatment. A high-pitched scream from the direction of number 4 interrupted her thoughts. Charlie was moving before she even made the conscious decision, teleporting back to her observation spot by the window. Inside, chaos reigned. Somehow, every glass in the kitchen cabinet had shattered simultaneously. The walrus man, Vernon, had turned an alarming shade of purple, veins bulging in his forehead as he advanced on Harry. You freak, he bellowed. We take you in, feed you, clothe you, and this is how you repay us. With your unnatural freakishness? Charlie watched in horror as Vernon grabbed Harry by the arm, yanking him roughly. The boy's glasses went flying as Vernon raised his other hand. That's it, Charlie snarled, abandoning all pretense of non-interference. With a gesture, She ripped open a portal directly through the Dursleys' living room wall and stepped through, her eyes glowing red and small horns manifesting on her forehead in her anger. The Dursleys froze in shock. Vernon still held Harry by the arm, his other hand raised mid-strike. "What the bloody hell," Vernon began, but Charlie cut him off with a wave of her hand that temporarily stole his voice. "Let go of the child," Charlie said, her normally cheerful voice dropped to a dangerous register. "Now." When Vernon didn't immediately comply, Charlie flicked her fingers. Vernon's hand opened against his will, and Harry dropped to the floor. The boy scrambled backward until he hit the wall, eyes wide with fear as he looked between the Dursleys and the strange woman who had literally walked through their wall. Petunia recovered enough to shriek, "What are you? Get out of my house this instant." Charlie ignored her, kneeling to Harry's eye level while maintaining a defensive barrier between them and the Dursleys. "Hi there," she said, her voice gentling. "My name's Charlie. Are you okay, Harry?" Harry stared at her, confusion written across his face. "How do you know my name?" Charlie hesitated, realizing, "I've been magically spying on your abuse for the past few hours probably wouldn't go over well. I've been looking for you. And I don't think you're safe here." Vernon, finding his voice, bellowed, "Now see here. You break into our home, assault me, and try to kidnap our nephew? I'm calling the police." Charlie stood slowly, turning to face the Dursleys. She let just enough of her true nature show, eyes glowing, shadows darkening unnaturally around her, to make Vernon step back. "You won't be calling anyone," she said calmly. "Not unless you want me to share what I've seen here today. Tell me, Vernon Dursley, how do you think the authorities would react to seeing your treatment of this child?" "We've done nothing wrong," Petunia protested, though her voice wavered. "The boy is troubled, ungrateful, he's 7 years old," Charlie cut in, her voice sharp. "And I've watched you treat him worse than many demons treat the damned." At the word demons, Petunia went white. You're one of them, aren't you? One of his kind." Charlie didn't correct the assumption. Instead, she turned back to Harry, who was watching the exchange with astonishment. No one had ever confronted the Dursleys about their treatment of him before. "Harry," she said gently, "I'd like to take you somewhere safe. Away from here. Would you like that?" Harry's eyes widened. "Leave? For good? If that's what you want." Harry looked around at the house that had never been a home, at the family that had never wanted him. His gaze lingered briefly on his cupboard before returning to Charlie's kind face. "What about my things?" he asked in a small voice. Charlie's heart broke a little at the question, as if the child had so few possessions he couldn't bear to leave even one behind. "We can get whatever you need," she assured him. "It's all in there," Harry pointed to the cupboard under the stairs. Charlie's expression darkened as she moved to the cupboard and opened it. The tiny space contained nothing but a thin mattress, a couple of broken toys, and a few sets of clothing that were clearly hand-me-downs several sizes too large. She gathered everything into a conjured bag with a wave of her hand, not missing how Harry's eyes widened at the casual display of magic. "Is this everything?" she asked, and Harry nodded. Vernon, who had been turning progressively darker shades of purple, finally exploded. "You can't just take the boy. We're his legal guardians. The authorities placed him with us." Charlie turned to him slowly. "And what authorities would those be, exactly? The same ones who never checked on his welfare? Who allowed you to keep a child in a cupboard?" Vernon sputtered, but Petunia placed a restraining hand on his arm. "Vernon," she hissed, "if she takes him, he's not our problem anymore." "But Dumbledore," Vernon started to object. "Dumbledore isn't the one dealing with his freakish outbursts, is he?" Petunia snapped. The name meant nothing to Charlie, but she filed it away for future reference. She turned back to Harry and offered her hand. "Ready to go?" Harry hesitated only briefly before placing his small hand in hers. The moment their hands connected, Charlie felt a surge of magic, not her own, but Harry's, reaching out instinctively to her. It felt familiar somehow, resonating with her own redemption magic in a way she couldn't quite understand. "Where will we go?" Harry asked, his voice small but hopeful. Charlie smiled. "First, somewhere safe so we can talk properly. Then, wherever you want." With a final glare at the Dursleys, Charlie opened another portal, this one leading not back to hell. She wasn't ready to explain that yet, but to a small pocket dimension she sometimes used when she needed privacy from her father's prying eyes. As they stepped through, Harry's grip on her hand tightened, and Charlie felt a fierce surge of protectiveness. She didn't know exactly why her redemption detector had connected her to this child, but she was certain of one thing: she wasn't going to let anyone hurt him again. The pocket dimension manifested as a cozy cottage overlooking a twilight beach, the sky permanently fixed in that magical moment between day and night. Charlie had created it years ago as a sanctuary when hell's politics became too overwhelming, somewhere Lucifer couldn't easily find her when she needed space. "Whoa," Harry breathed, looking around with wide eyes as the portal closed behind them. "Is this magic? Real magic?" Charlie smiled, watching his wonder. "Yes, it's magic. And from what I've seen, you have magic too." Harry's expression immediately shuddered. "I'm not supposed to talk about strange things happening." "Uncle Vernon says, your uncle is wrong," Charlie interrupted gently. "There's nothing wrong with you, Harry. Magic is a natural part of who you are." She guided him to a comfortable sofa and conjured a tray of hot chocolate and cookies. Harry stared at the tray, then up at Charlie's face. "Are those for me?" he asked hesitantly. Charlie's heart broke a little more. "Of course. Have as many as you like." Harry cautiously took a cookie, as if expecting it to be snatched away. When nothing happened, he took a small bite, then a larger one, his eyes widening at the taste. "So," Charlie began, letting him eat a few more cookies before continuing, "I have a feeling we have a lot to talk about. But first, I should probably explain who I am and why I was watching your house." Harry nodded, clutching his mug of hot chocolate like a lifeline. Are you like me? Magic, I mean." "Yes and no," Charlie said. "I do have magic, but it's a different kind than yours. I'm..." She hesitated, unsure how to explain her nature to a 7-year-old human child. "I'm from a place called Hell." To her surprise, Harry didn't look frightened. "Like where bad people go when they die?" The priest at school assembly talked about that once, before Aunt Petunia told the school I couldn't attend assemblies anymore. "That's actually pretty accurate," Charlie admitted. "Though I prefer to think of it as a place where people go to learn how to be better." Harry considered this. "So are you, dead?" Charlie laughed. "No, I was born in hell. I'm what you might call a demon, though that term has a lot of unfair stereotypes attached to it." "Is that why you have pointy teeth?" Charlie blinked, then realized her fangs were still partially visible from her anger at the Dursleys. "Yes, and sometimes I have horns too, when I'm not hiding them." Harry nodded as if this made perfect sense. "So why were you watching me?" Charlie explained about her redemption detector and how it had somehow connected to him instead of finding demons ready for rehabilitation. She carefully avoided mentioning how many hours she'd spent observing before interfering. "So your magic machine thing found me because I was suffering?" Harry asked, his voice small. Charlie nodded. "But it doesn't just detect suffering. It's specifically calibrated for redemption potential. There's something about you, Harry, something special connected to the concept of redemption itself." "I'm not special," Harry said automatically, as if repeating something he'd been told many times. "I think you are," Charlie countered gently. "My magic doesn't make mistakes about this kind of thing." They sat in silence for a moment as Harry processed this. Finally, he looked up at her with those startlingly green eyes. "What happens now? Will I have to go back to the Dursleys?" "Absolutely not," Charlie said firmly. Not if I have anything to say about it. But what about the authorities Uncle Vernon mentioned? And who's Dumbledore? I don't know yet, Charlie admitted. But I'm going to find out. In the meantime, you'll stay here where you're safe. No one can enter this pocket dimension without my permission. Harry's expression was a mix of hope and wariness, as if afraid to believe in something good. Why are you helping me? You don't even know me. The question caught Charlie off guard. Why was she helping him? She'd broken several of Hell's non-interference protocols, risked her father's wrath, and potentially created a diplomatic incident with whatever magical authorities had placed Harry with the Dursleys. All for a human child she'd known for less than a day. Because it's the right thing to do, she said finally. And because everyone deserves a chance at happiness, especially children. Harry studied her face, seeming to search for deception. Finding none, he nodded slowly. Thank you, he whispered. Charlie felt something warm bloom in her chest, not magic, but simple human connection. You're welcome, Harry. Now, how about we get you some proper clothes and maybe glasses that actually fit? For the first time, Harry's smile reached his eyes. While Harry slept in a bedroom Charlie had conjured for him, his first real bedroom, a fact that still made her blood boil, she began her investigation. Sitting cross-legged in the cottage's small study, she cast a series of information-gathering spells, searching for any record of Harry Potter in the supernatural archives she had access to. What she found disturbed her deeply. The Boy Who Lived, she murmured, reading the title that appeared most frequently in connection with Harry's name. According to the records, Harry Potter was famous in the wizarding world for surviving a killing curse from a dark wizard called Voldemort, somehow causing the wizard's downfall in the process. All this had happened when Harry was just 1 year old, shortly after his parents were murdered. And then they left him with those people. Charlie muttered incredulously, scanning the sparse information about Harry's placement with his maternal aunt's family. The records indicated some kind of blood protection, but details were frustratingly vague. More troubling was the prophecy she found referenced in several sealed documents, something concerning Harry and Voldemort, though the exact wording was hidden behind powerful magical barriers. So he's not just any magical child, Charlie said to herself. He's being protected, or at least they claim he is, because of some prophecy about a dark wizard. She frowned. A dark wizard who may not actually be gone for good, if these protections are still necessary. The name Dumbledore appeared frequently in connection with Harry's placement and protection. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Impressive titles, Charlie noted. But not impressive child protection services, apparently. A notification spell she placed on the Dursley household suddenly chimed. Charlie waved a hand to activate the viewing portal and saw a strange sight. An elderly man in flowing purple robes and a long silver beard had appeared on Privet Drive. He was currently engaged in what appeared to be a heated discussion with Vernon and Petunia Dursley on their doorstep. Charlie enhanced the audio. Cannot simply disappear, Petunia, the old man was saying, his voice stern despite its gentle tone. The wards have completely collapsed. What happened to the boy? She took him. Petunia spat. Some freakish woman with glowing eyes walked through our wall and took him. The old man, Dumbledore, Charlie presumed, went very still. Describe this woman. Vernon blustered, blonde, young-looking, some kind of demon if you ask me. Talked about hell like she owned the place. Charlie winced. Not exactly keeping a low profile there. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. Did she give a name? Charlie or something, Petunia said dismissively. Listen, if she wants to deal with the boy's freakishness, let her. Good riddance, I say. You do not understand the danger you have placed him in, Dumbledore said, his voice hardening. The protection here was based on your blood connection, on family. Petunia laughed bitterly. He was never family. He was a burden dumped on our doorstep with nothing but a letter expecting us to risk our normal life for your war. Dumbledore seemed to age before their eyes. I had hoped, despite everything, that you could find it in your heart to love your sister's child. My sister got herself blown up meddling in your world. I wanted nothing to do with it then, and I want nothing to do with it now. Charlie had heard enough. She closed the viewing portal, her mind racing. So Dumbledore was already aware of Harry's disappearance. It wouldn't be long before he tracked them down. The magical signature of her portal wouldn't be easy to hide from a wizard of his apparent caliber. She needed to establish some protection for Harry before that happened. Something more binding than just her word. Charlie looked in on Harry, still peacefully asleep in a real bed for what was probably the first time in his memory. The sight strengthened her resolve. Whatever Dumbledore's reasons for placing Harry with the Dursleys, he had failed in his duty to ensure the child's well-being. She returned to the study and began gathering components for a complex spell, one she'd never attempted before, but had studied extensively in her research on redemption magic. If successful, it would create a magical guardianship bond, giving her legitimate claim to protect Harry in both magical and demonic law. The spell required sacrifice, not blood or life, but something more personal, a portion of her own magical essence, freely given to shield another. It was the kind of magic her father warned against, claiming it weakened demons unnecessarily. But Charlie had always believed that some kinds of giving made you stronger, not weaker. As she prepared the ritual circle, Charlie wondered if this was what her redemption detector had been trying to show her all along. Not a demon ready for redemption, but a child whose suffering could be redeemed through love and protection, and in the process, perhaps demonstrate the very principles of redemption she'd been trying to prove. By the time the eastern horizon of her pocket dimension began to lighten with artificial dawn, Charlie was ready. She'd created a circle of protection symbols blending demonic, angelic, and human magical traditions, an unprecedented combination, but one that felt right for this unique situation. Just one more thing, she murmured, casting a gentle awareness spell toward Harry's room. She wouldn't wake him, but she needed his subconscious participation for the bond to form properly. Taking a deep breath, Charlie stepped into the center of the circle and began to channel her power, speaking words in an ancient language that predated even hell itself. By choice, not blood, I offer protection. By love, not obligation, I offer guidance. By my will and magic freely given, I claim guardianship of the child Harry James Potter, to shield him from harm, to nurture his growth, to honor his choices, until he comes of age or releases me from this bond. The symbols around her flared with golden light as Charlie reached deep within herself, drawing forth a portion of her essence, the very core of her redemption magic, and offering it to the spell. For a moment, the pain was blinding as the magic separated from her being, but then came a sensation of connection forming, a bridge between her soul and Harry's. In his room, Harry stirred in his sleep, murmuring something unintelligible as the golden light washed over him, seeping into his skin and leaving a faint mark like a star on his inner wrist, the mirror to the one now appearing on Charlie's own wrist. The spell complete, Charlie sank to her knees, exhausted but exhilarated. She could feel Harry now, a warm presence in the back of her mind, not his thoughts, but his general state of being. He was peaceful, content, safer than he'd felt in years. Let's see them try to take you back now, Charlie whispered with a tired smile. According to the laws governing both demonic and human magic, she had just become Harry Potter's magical guardian in the truest sense. Not even Albus Dumbledore could contest it without proving himself a better guardian, something Charlie suspected would be difficult given what she'd witnessed. Of course, there would be consequences. Her father would be furious. The wizarding authorities would demand explanations. And somewhere in the background lurked the shadow of a prophecy and a dark wizard who might not be as defeated as everyone believed. But for now, Charlie was content to have done the right thing, regardless of the rules she'd broken to do it. As the Princess of Hell sat in her protective circle, watching the golden light of her oath settle into reality, she felt more purpose than she had in centuries of existence. Whatever came next, she would face it with Harry by her side, protected by a bond even death would have trouble breaking. Harry woke to sunshine streaming through curtains, momentarily disoriented by the soft bed and spacious room. For a panicked second, he thought he'd dreamed everything, the strange woman, the escape from the Dursleys, the magic, but then he noticed the star-shaped mark on his wrist, glowing faintly golden in the morning light. Curious, he touched it with one finger and felt a warm sensation, like a gentle hug from the inside. Somehow, he knew Charlie was nearby and that she was tired but happy. He slipped out of bed, marveling at the soft pajamas he didn't remember putting on, and padded to the bedroom door. The cottage beyond was filled with morning light, the sound of waves audible through open windows. Following the feeling of Charlie's presence, he found her in the kitchen, humming as she attempted to cook something on a stove that seemed to be operating without any visible heat source. "Good morning," she said brightly when she noticed him, though Harry could see shadows of exhaustion under her eyes. "I'm trying to make pancakes." Emphasis on trying. Cooking isn't really my strong suit. Harry moved closer, eyeing the lumpy batter in the bowl. "I can help. I cooked a lot at the Dursleys." Charlie frowned briefly before her smile returned. "I'd like that, but only if you want to. You don't have to cook to earn your keep here, Harry." The concept was so foreign that Harry wasn't sure how to respond. Cooking had always been a chore, a requirement. The idea of doing it because he wanted to was strange but not unpleasant. "I like cooking when no one's yelling at me," he admitted finally. Charlie beamed. "Perfect. It can be something we do together, then." As they worked side by side, Harry stealing glances at Charlie's pointed ears and occasionally visible fangs, he gathered the courage to ask about the mark on his wrist. "Oh." Charlie looked slightly guilty. "I was going to explain that over breakfast. It's a kind of magical bond. I performed a guardianship ritual last night." Harry's brow furrowed. "What does that mean?" "It means I've officially become your magical guardian," Charlie explained, flipping a pancake with surprising dexterity for someone who claimed to be bad at cooking. "It gives me the right to protect you, in magical law. And it makes it much harder for anyone to take you away against your will. Like the Dursleys? Or Dumbledore?" Harry asked, remembering the name from yesterday. Charlie looked impressed. "You have good ears." "Yes, exactly like them. This bond means that your well-being is magically tied to my guardianship. If anyone tried to challenge it, magic itself would evaluate whether you're better off with them or with me." Harry considered this as he expertly poured more batter onto the griddle. "And you did this to protect me?" "That, and because I meant what I said yesterday. I want to help you, Harry. This makes it official." "Does it?" Harry hesitated, then plunged ahead. "Does it make us like family?" Charlie's expression softened. "If you want it to. The bond itself doesn't force any specific relationship. It just creates a connection that allows me to protect you and help your magic develop safely." Harry nodded, focusing intently on the pancakes to hide the emotion in his eyes. He'd never had anyone want to protect him before. The feeling was overwhelming. They ate breakfast on a porch overlooking the permanent Sunset Beach, Charlie explaining more about the pocket dimension and answering Harry's increasingly curious questions about magic. "So there's different kinds. Your magic and my magic aren't the same." "That's right," Charlie confirmed. "I'm what you'd call a demon, though I prefer Hellborn since demon has some negative connotations. My magic comes directly from Hell's power. You're a human wizard, so your magic comes from within you, from your soul and your connection to the natural world. But I can learn to control it. Like you do." "Absolutely." Charlie gestured, creating a small illusion of a butterfly that fluttered around Harry's head, making him giggle. "Usually wizard children go to special schools when they're a bit older. I believe you'd be invited to Hogwarts when you turn 11. That's where Dumbledore is, right?" Harry's expression grew worried. "Will he try to send me back to the Dursleys?" Charlie's jaw tightened. "He might try, but our bond makes that very difficult now. And I intend to have some serious conversations with this Dumbledore person about his choice of guardians for you. Harry nibbled his pancake thoughtfully. Why did he leave me there? If I'm magic, and my parents were magic, why put me with people who hate magic? That, Charlie said with a sigh, is an excellent question. One I intend to get an answer to. She noticed Harry's troubled expression and reached out to gently ruffle his hair. But that's for me to worry about, not you. Your job now is just to be a kid. To play and learn and heal. I don't know how to just be a kid, Harry admitted. Charlie's smile was both sad and determined. Then we'll figure it out together. After breakfast, Charlie gave Harry a tour of the cottage and its surroundings. Though the pocket dimension wasn't large, just the cottage, the beach, and a small wooded area, it contained wonders Harry had never imagined. Bookshelf that responded to your interests by displaying different titles, a bath that could become any color or produce bubbles that lasted for hours, and a toy chest that seemed to contain exactly what you most wanted to play with at any given moment. How long can we stay here? Harry asked as they walked along the beach, collecting unusual shells that occasionally changed color or hummed soft melodies when held up to your ear. Not indefinitely, Charlie admitted. Pocket dimensions aren't meant for long-term habitation. But it's safe while we figure out our next steps. What are our next steps? Charlie skipped a stone across the unnaturally calm ocean, watching it bounce 7 times before disappearing. First, I need to contact my girlfriend, Baggy. She's probably worried sick about me disappearing after the detector explosion. You have a girlfriend? Harry asked with the frank curiosity of childhood. Is she a demon too? Yes to both questions, Charlie smiled. Though she's not hellborn like me. She arrived in hell after her human life ended. Harry processed this with remarkable composure. Will I meet her? If you'd like to. But I won't take you to hell itself, not yet. It's not really a place for human children. Harry's next question was interrupted by a sudden tremor that shook the entire pocket dimension, making sand dance beneath their feet and waves temporarily freeze in place. Charlie's expression turned serious. Someone's trying to breach the dimension. Someone powerful. Dumbledore? Harry asked, instinctively moving closer to Charlie. Likely. Charlie took Harry's hand. Don't worry. They can't get in without my permission, but they can certainly make a lot of noise trying. Another tremor, stronger this time, rippled through the reality around them. Charlie narrowed her eyes. Okay, that's enough of that. She waved her free hand, and a viewing portal opened in the air before them, showing an elderly wizard in midnight blue robes standing in what appeared to be a real-world forest clearing, his wand extended toward a shimmering distortion in the air. Professor Dumbledore, Charlie called through the portal, making the old wizard start in surprise. I'd appreciate if you'd stop trying to tear a hole in my pocket dimension. It's giving us a headache. Dumbledore lowered his wand, peering through the portal with keen blue eyes that seemed to x-ray whatever they looked at. Ah. You must be Charlie. I've been looking for you, and for young Harry. I'm aware, Charlie replied coolly. You're the one who left him with those people. Dumbledore's expression remained calm, but something flickered in his eyes. There were important protections in place at his aunt's home. Protections that have now been broken. What kind of protections allow a child to be starved, verbally abused, and kept in a cupboard? Charlie demanded. Before Dumbledore could answer, she continued, and don't tell me you didn't know. Someone of your magical ability would have monitoring spells in place. For the first time, Dumbledore looked genuinely troubled. I was aware his situation was not ideal, not ideal. Charlie's eyes flashed red. That's what you call it. Harry tugged at her hand, and Charlie immediately calmed herself, concerned her anger might frighten him. But when she looked down, Harry wasn't frightened, he was staring at Dumbledore with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Can I talk to him? Harry asked quietly. Charlie hesitated, then nodded. If you want to. Harry stepped closer to the viewing portal. Why did you leave me there? With people who hated me? The direct question from the child seemed to affect Dumbledore more than Charlie's accusations. The old wizard's shoulders slumped slightly. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful protection, Harry. One that could only be maintained through her blood, through family. Your aunt's home was the only place that protection could be anchored. But they hurt him, Charlie interjected. What good is protection from outside threats when the threat is inside the home? I had measures in place to prevent physical abuse, and everything else. Charlie challenged. The cupboard? The starvation? The psychological abuse? Were those acceptable collateral damage for your protection? Dumbledore's silence was damning. Did you ever check on me? Harry asked suddenly. Even once. I had people watching the house, Dumbledore said carefully. Reports were made. But you never came yourself. Harry pressed, showing a perceptiveness beyond his years. Another telling silence. Charlie had seen enough. Professor Dumbledore, I've established a magical guardianship bond with Harry. I suggest you research what that means before you make any attempts to remove him from my care. In the meantime, we're safe, and Harry is being properly cared for. You cannot simply take a wizarding child, Dumbledore began, but Charlie cut him off. I didn't simply take him. I rescued him from an abusive situation and then formed a legal magical bond that any magical court would recognize. She narrowed her eyes. Unless you want to argue in front of the Wisengamot that returning him to documented abuse is in his best interest. Dumbledore studied her for a long moment. You're not human, he said finally. Nor are you a witch. What exactly are you, Miss Charlie? Someone who cares about Harry's well-being, Charlie replied evenly. Which seems to be a surprisingly rare quality in his life so far. Harry, who had been watching this exchange with wide eyes, suddenly spoke up. I want to stay with Charlie. She's nice to me. And she doesn't make me sleep in a cupboard. The simple statement seemed to hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. He closed his eyes briefly. I see I have much to consider, he said at last. May I request a proper meeting? There is information about Harry's situation, his parents, his history, that he deserves to know, and which relates directly to his safety. Charlie glanced down at Harry, who nodded slightly. Fine, she agreed. But on neutral ground, with magical protections we both agree to. And Harry's wishes will be respected at all times. That is, acceptable, Dumbledore conceded. 3 days from now. We'll contact you with the location, Charlie said, already planning to consult with Vaggie about secure meeting places in the human realm. Until then, I suggest you leave our privacy intact. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement. Until then. And Harry. He hesitated. I am truly sorry for any suffering you experienced. That was never my intention. Harry didn't respond, just pressed closer to Charlie's side. She closed the viewing portal with a wave of her hand, then knelt to look Harry in the eyes. Are you okay? She asked gently. Harry nodded slowly. He didn't even say sorry for leaving me there. Just for me experiencing suffering, like it just happened on its own. Charlie was once again struck by how perceptive this child was. You're right. That's not a proper apology. Do I really have to meet with him? Only if you want to, Charlie assured him. But he might have information about your parents that you'd want to know. Harry considered this, then nodded. Okay. But you'll be there too, right? The whole time, Charlie promised. Remember our bond? I can tell if you're upset now, and I would never leave you alone if you needed me. As if in response, the star mark on Harry's wrist glowed softly, and he felt that warm, protective feeling again, like being wrapped in the world's safest blanket. Charlie? He asked hesitantly. What did you mean about me having a history? Why was I with the Dursleys in the first place? What happened to my parents? Charlie took a deep breath. This was not going to be an easy conversation, but Harry deserved the truth, or at least, as much of it as she knew. Let's go back to the cottage, she suggested. This might take a while to explain. As they walked hand in hand across the beach, Charlie reflected on how drastically her life had changed in less than 24 hours. Her redemption detector experiment had failed spectacularly, yet somehow succeeded beyond her wildest expectations. Instead of finding demons ready for redemption, she'd found a human child whose suffering called out to her magic, a child she now felt more connected to than anyone except perhaps Vaggie. Whatever came next, confrontations with Dumbledore, explaining to her father why she'd adopted a human child, dealing with the mysterious prophecy and the dark wizard who might return, Charlie knew with absolute certainty that she'd made the right choice. The star-shaped mark on her wrist pulsed gently, echoing the one on Harry's arm. A promise made in magic and sealed with love, you are not alone anymore. Chapter 2, Between Two Worlds. Focus, Harry. Visualize the energy flowing through your fingers, like we practiced. Harry scrunched up his face, pointing at the small feather on the coffee table. For months of practice had taught him that looking constipated didn't actually help with magic, but he couldn't help it. The feather quivered, rose about an inch off the table, then flopped back down. I almost had it, he groaned, flopping dramatically onto the couch. Charlie ruffled his perpetually messy hair. You did great. That's higher than yesterday. Rome wasn't built in a day, and wizards don't master levitation in 4 months. You can levitate whole couches, Harry pointed out. With me on them. Yeah, well, I've had a few centuries of practice, Charlie grinned, her fangs catching the light. Plus demon magic works differently than wizard magic. We're not playing the same game. Their cottage in the Scottish Highlands looked nothing like the pocket dimension they'd stayed in for those first tense weeks after leaving Privet Drive. After their confrontation with Dumbledore, Charlie had decided they needed a proper home in the human world, somewhere remote enough for privacy but connected enough that Harry could eventually interact with other children. The cottage was small but cozy, surrounded by rolling hills that turned purple with heather in the late summer. Magic hummed in its walls, protective enchantments Charlie had woven with both demonic precision and motherly ferocity. Some warned of approaching visitors, others kept the worst of Scotland's notorious weather at bay, and a few simply made the modest building feel more like home than anywhere Harry had ever lived. Can we practice the fire thing again? Harry asked, bouncing back from disappointment with the resilience Charlie had carefully nurtured in him. Charlie hesitated. Controlling fire is pretty advanced, especially for human magic. But it's the only one I'm good at. Harry protested. Please. I promise I'll be super careful. It was true. While Harry struggled with levitation and simple transformation spells, he had shown a surprising affinity for fire magic, something Charlie attributed to his passionate nature, finally allowed to express itself after years of suppression at the Dursleys. Okay, but just small flames. And outside, like last time. They moved to the garden behind the cottage, where a stone circle provided a safe practice area. Harry took position in the center, pushing up the sleeves of his jumper. New clothes in the right size still made him smile every time he wore them. Charlie watched as Harry closed his eyes, his breathing slowing as he followed the meditation techniques she'd taught him. The star-shaped mark on his wrist, the visible sign of their guardian bond, glowed faintly as he connected with his magic. That's it, Charlie encouraged softly. Find that warm spot inside you. Let it grow, but control it. Remember, you're not commanding the fire, you're inviting it, guiding it. Harry's eyes opened, blazing with concentration. He extended his palm, and a small flame appeared, dancing above his hand without burning him. His face lit up with more brightness than the fire itself. I'm doing it. Look, Charlie. That's amazing, Harry. Charlie beamed with genuine pride. In just 4 months, he'd gone from a frightened, undernourished boy who flinched at sudden movements to this confident child exploring his magic with joy. The changes weren't just magical, he'd grown 2 inches, gained healthy weight, and rarely had the nightmares that had plagued him during their first weeks together. Harry carefully manipulated the flame, making it grow slightly larger, then smaller again, focusing intently on maintaining control. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the concentration. "Okay, that's enough for today," Charlie said after a few minutes. "Remember what we talked about, magic is like a muscle, and I don't want to strain it," Harry finished, carefully extinguishing the flame. He looked tired but exhilarated. Charlie handed him a chocolate bar, one of many she kept on hand for post-magic energy boosts. "Exactly. You're getting stronger every day, but pushing too hard can set you back." They headed back inside as the Scottish sky darkened with afternoon clouds. Their routine had become comfortable over the past months, mornings for regular studies. Charlie insisted Harry learn human stuff too, afternoons for magic practice, evenings for games and stories and increasingly ambitious cooking experiments. Today, however, Charlie had something important to discuss. She waited until Harry had devoured his chocolate and curled up in his favorite armchair, a battered copy of Tales of Beetle the Bard open on his lap, part of the collection of wizarding books Charlie had procured to help him learn about his heritage. "Harry," she began carefully, "I need to talk to you about something." He looked up immediately, green eyes sharp behind his new glasses, proper ones that actually corrected his vision, not the broken hand-me-downs from Dudley. For months wasn't enough to completely erase the wariness that arose whenever adults used serious tones, but he no longer assumed trouble was automatically his fault. "Is it about Hogwarts?" he asked. They'd discussed the wizarding school frequently since learning about Harry's automatic enrollment from birth. "Not exactly. It's about Vaggie." Harry's expression brightened. "Is she visiting again?" Charlie nodded. "She's coming tomorrow. But, she thinks it might be time for us to consider letting you meet some other children. Magical children, around your age." The suggestion clearly caught Harry off guard. Despite his progress, social interactions remained his biggest anxiety. The Dursleys had systematically isolated him, Dudley had chased away potential friends, and the neighbors had been fed countless stories about Harry's supposed behavioral problems. "Other kids?" Harry repeated, fingers nervously fidgeting with the book's pages. "Like, at a school?" "Not yet," Charlie reassured him. "Just a small playdate. There's a wizarding family not far from here with children around your age. Vaggie made contact with them last week. Do they know who I am? You know, the boy who lived stuff." Harry's nose wrinkled at the title he still found uncomfortable. Charlie shook her head. "They know we're new to the area, and that I'm tutoring a young wizard. That's all." Harry considered this, his expression thoughtful. It was one of the things Charlie loved most about him, his carefulness, how he mulled things over instead of reacting instantly. "What if they don't like me?" he finally asked, his voice small. Charlie moved to perch on the arm of his chair. "Then they're missing out on knowing the coolest 7-year-old wizard in Scotland." She nudged his shoulder gently. "But they might like you just fine. Either way, you've got me. The bond works both ways, remember. If you're truly uncomfortable, I'll feel it, and we can leave right away." Harry nodded, then surprised her by asking, "What about your dad? Have you told him about me yet?" The question made Charlie wince internally. For 4 months, she'd been carefully avoiding that particular conversation. Her father, Lucifer Morningstar, was complicated. Loving in his way, but also the literal ruler of hell, with strong opinions about non-interference with humans and particular disdain for her redemption projects. "Not exactly," she admitted. "He knows I'm spending time in the human world, but he doesn't know the details yet." "Is he going to be mad?" "Probably," Charlie said honestly. "But he'll get over it. He always does." Harry nodded, accepting her answer with the trust that still sometimes caught her off guard. After all he'd been through, his capacity for trusting her remained one of the most precious and fragile gifts Charlie had ever received. "I think I'd like to meet other magical kids," he decided finally. As long as you're there too. The whole time, Charlie promised, feeling the by now familiar swell of protectiveness. And hey, want to make pizza for dinner? We can try that dough-tossing thing we saw in that movie. Harry's face lit up. With extra cheese? Is there any other way to make pizza? Their evening passed in flowery chaos and laughter, the upcoming social challenge temporarily forgotten in favor of catastrophically misshapen pizza and a game of exploding snap with cards Charlie had purchased from a wizarding shop in Edinburgh. By the time Harry went to bed, flowers still somehow in his hair despite a thorough washing, Charlie had almost managed to suppress her own anxiety about their increasingly complicated situation. Almost, but not quite. When she was sure Harry was asleep, Charlie retreated to her workroom, a space similar to her workshop in Hell, though with considerably fewer hazardous materials. She activated a communication circle, sending a magical pulse to her father's realm. The circle remained stubbornly inactive for nearly 10 minutes before finally flaring to life, revealing the elegantly bored face of her father. "Charlie, darling," Lucifer drawled, his handsome features arranged in careful neutrality. "What a surprise. I'd almost forgotten what my only daughter looks like." "Hi, Dad," Charlie replied, forcing brightness into her voice. "Sorry I haven't called. I've been busy." "So I've heard." Lucifer examined his perfectly manicured nails. "Busy with a human child, if rumors are to be believed. One with quite the reputation in certain circles." Charlie stiffened. "How did you, please?" Lucifer waved a dismissive hand. "I'm the king of hell, dear. Very little escapes my notice, particularly when it involves my daughter breaking about 17 different non-interference protocols. I can explain, I'm sure you can. You always have the most fascinating explanations for your little projects." He sighed dramatically. "Though this one seems rather more permanent than the others, given the guardianship bond I'm told you've established." Charlie felt a chill. If her father knew about the bond, he'd been having her watched more closely than she'd realized. "Harry needed help," she said firmly. "He was being abused, and my redemption detector found him for a reason." "Ah yes, the famous redemption detector that exploded spectacularly and nearly took out the East Wing." Lucifer's expression shifted subtly. "But we'll discuss your impetuousness later. Currently, I'm more concerned with the attention you've attracted. The wizarding authorities are not pleased, Charlie. I don't care if they're pleased or not. Harry is under my protection now." "So dramatic," Lucifer sighed. "You get that from your mother." He straightened, his casual demeanor falling away to reveal the steel beneath. "You've interfered with a human child of prophetic significance, one central to a wizarding war that has implications for souls and afterlife balances. Hell has treaties with the wizarding world that your actions have complicated." Charlie frowned. "What treaties?" "That's not your concern." Lucifer's expression softened marginally. "What is your concern is that you and the boy have become rather conspicuous. People are looking for you, not just that bearded headmaster, but others with less benevolent intentions." A cold knot formed in Charlie's stomach. "What do you mean, others?" "The dark wizard who marked the boy isn't as gone as the wizarding world believes. He has followers still, and they've taken notice of the boy who lived's disappearance." "How do you know this?" Lucifer gave her a pitying look. "Darling, who do you think processes the souls of dark wizards when they finally die? We have intelligence networks in places Dumbledore can only dream of." Charlie absorbed this information, her mind racing. "Are we in immediate danger?" "Not yet," Lucifer said carefully. "But soon, if you continue as you are. I'm sending someone to you, someone who can help explain the situation more fully." "Dad, this isn't negotiable, Charlotte." The use of her full name underscored his seriousness. "I've allowed this little adventure of yours to continue because, frankly, the boy's treatment by those humans was abhorrent even by my standards. But there are larger forces at play here, and it's time you were properly informed." Before Charlie could respond, a knock sounded at the cottage door, an actual physical knock, not a magical alert. She froze, glancing at the monitoring spell that should have warned her of visitors. It showed nothing, which meant whoever was outside had the power to bypass her protections. "Ah, right on time," Lucifer said with a satisfied smile. "Do be gracious, darling. I've sent one of my best." The communication circle went dark, leaving Charlie staring at empty space. Another knock, more insistent this time. Cursing under her breath, Charlie moved swiftly to Harry's room, casting a protective ward around his bed to ensure he stayed asleep and safe during whatever was about to happen. Then she approached the front door, power gathering at her fingertips. She threw the door open, ready to confront whoever her father had sent, and froze in shock. "Hello, Charlotte," said a tall, impeccably dressed man with mismatched eyes and an enigmatic smile. "Your father thought you might need some perspective on your current situation." "Alastair," Charlie breathed, recognizing one of her father's most powerful enforcers, the demon known as the radio demon. "What are you doing here?" "Offering assistance, of course." Alastair replied, his voice carrying the faint static of old-time radio broadcasts. "May I come in? It's rather damp out here, and we have quite a lot to discuss." Charlie hesitated, then stepped aside. Having Alastair in her home was concerning, but refusing him would only escalate things with her father. And if Lucifer was concerned enough to send someone of Alastair's caliber, perhaps the situation was even more serious than she'd realized. "The child is asleep?" Alastair asked as he glided into the cottage, his movements unnaturally smooth. "Yes, and I'd like him to stay that way," Charlie said firmly. "Whatever you have to say, you can say it to me alone." Alastair's smile never wavered. "Of course, my dear. I'm not here for the boy, merely to provide information your father believes you should have." He settled into a chair without invitation. "Information about prophecies, dark wizards, and why your little rescue mission has caused quite the stir in multiple realms." Charlie sat across from him, maintaining a defensive position between Alastair and the hallway leading to Harry's room. "I'm listening." "Splendid." Alastair leaned forward, his smile widening impossibly. "Let's begin with what you don't know about young Harry Potter and why so many parties have taken an interest in your adoptive arrangement." As Alastair began speaking, Charlie felt the magical monitors around the property flare with warnings, multiple warnings, from multiple directions. They weren't alone anymore, and whoever else had arrived wasn't bothering with polite knocks. Harry woke to the sound of voices, angry, urgent voices that cut through the sleeping ward Charlie had placed around his bed. Something was wrong. He could feel it through their bond, a spike of alarm that had pierced his dreams and pulled him into wakefulness. He slipped out of bed, careful to avoid the creaky floorboard near the door. The voices were coming from the living room, Charlie's and another he didn't recognize, a man's voice with a strange echo to it. But there was something else, a subtle pressure in the air that reminded Harry of the feeling just before a thunderstorm. Ignoring the part of him that wanted to hide under the covers, Harry crept down the hallway. Charlie had been teaching him that bravery wasn't about not being scared, it was about doing what needed to be done even when you were terrified. Right now, he needed to know what was happening. He peered around the corner and saw Charlie facing off against a tall, thin man in a red suit. The stranger had the most unsettling smile Harry had ever seen, stretched too wide across his face. But what really caught Harry's attention were the shadowy shapes moving outside the windows, dark figures circling the cottage. "Tracking you through the boy's magical signature," the red-suited man was saying, seeming almost entertained by the situation. "Quite clever, really. They've been following the residual energy from his accidental magic incidents." "How many?" Charlie demanded, her posture tense and ready. "Outside. At least 6 wizards. Ministry officials, by the look of them, though not the standard enforcement team. Dumbledore's people, I'd wager. And something else." The man tilted his head, as if listening to a distant sound. "Oh my, how interesting. It seems we have multiple parties converging. Your father won't be pleased about the territorial breach. Charlie cursed, then spun toward the hallway, sensing Harry before she actually saw him. Harry! You need to get back to your room. Too late. The cottage shuddered as something struck the outer protections, a magical battering ram that made the walls vibrate. Harry stumbled forward into the light, fear and confusion plain on his face. Charlie! What's happening? The red-suited man's eyes widened at the sight of Harry, his smile somehow growing even more disturbing. So this is the famous boy who lived. Fascinating. I can see why my old friend Lucifer is concerned. Another magical blast hit the cottage, stronger this time. Pictures rattled on walls, and a vase toppled from a shelf, smashing on the floor. Charlie moved with inhuman speed, scooping Harry up and holding him protectively. We're under attack, she explained quickly. Some wizards have found us, and they're trying to break through my protections. Is it because of me? Harry asked, his voice small but steady. Yes and no, the strange man answered before Charlie could. It's because of what you represent, child. Prophecies and power and politics, the eternal dance of the realms. Not helping, Alastair, Charlie snapped. She turned her attention back to Harry. Remember our emergency plan? It's time to use it. Go pack your emergency bag, just like we practiced. Harry nodded and rushed back to his room. They'd prepared for this. Charlie had insisted on regular drills, making it seem almost like a game. Grab the pre-packed essentials bag, put on the enchanted jacket that would help hide his magical signature, and meet Charlie at the designated spot. As he stuffed a few last-minute treasures into his bag, the photo album of their 4 months together, the tiny carved stag Charlie had given him after he'd told her about dreaming of a silver deer, Harry heard the cottage's defenses groan under another assault. In the living room, Charlie faced Alastair. Are you here to help or just observe? Merely to inform, Alastair replied, straightening his monocle. Though I must say, this is turning out to be far more entertaining than I expected. Such convergence of interests around one small human. If you're not helping, get out of my way, Charlie growled, gathering her power. The protective enchantments around the cottage were failing faster than she'd anticipated. She needed to get Harry to safety before they collapsed completely. Alastair's expression shifted subtly. Your father instructed me not to interfere directly. However, he twirled his microphone-headed staff, causing shadows to dance around the room. He didn't specify that I couldn't provide a distraction. Before Charlie could respond, Harry returned, bundled in his enchanted jacket with his bag clutched tightly in his hands. The star mark on his wrist glowed brightly, responding to his fear and the proximity of his guardian. Ready, he said with quiet determination that made Charlie's heart ache with pride even in the midst of crisis. Good boy, she said, kneeling to check that his jacket was properly fastened. We're going to use a portal to get away, but we'll need to be quick. The people outside are trying to stop us from leaving. Why? Harry asked, the simple question carrying layers of confusion and hurt. What did we do wrong? Nothing, Charlie assured him fiercely. You did nothing wrong. Sometimes people think they know what's best for others, even when they're wrong. And sometimes people just want to control those who are special. Another blast rocked the cottage, this one strong enough to crack one of the windows. Glass splintered inward, and Harry flinched at the sound. Time to go, Charlie said, gathering her own emergency pack. She turned to Alastair. What kind of distraction did you have in mind? Alastair's grin turned positively wicked. The memorable kind, of course. He swept toward the door. I'll give you precisely 2 minutes. Make them count, princess. With that, he threw open the front door and stepped outside. Immediately, shouts of alarm rang out, followed by the distinctive crackle of his power unleashing. Screams followed, not of pain but of utter confusion and shock as reality warped around the radio demon's presence. Charlie didn't waste the opportunity. She traced a complex pattern in the air, opening a swirling portal unlike her usual ones. This portal was designed for stealth, drawing on old magic her father had taught her long ago for emergencies. "Hold tight to my hand," she instructed Harry. "No matter what you see or feel, don't let go." Harry nodded, gripping her hand with complete trust. Together, they stepped into the swirling gateway just as the cottage's final defenses collapsed with a sound like shattering glass. The portal sensation was different this time, colder, more disorienting. Harry felt like he was being stretched and compressed simultaneously, colors and sounds blurring around him until he couldn't tell up from down. Only Charlie's hand, warm and solid in his, kept him grounded through the chaos. When they finally emerged, it was into darkness and the smell of damp stone. Harry stumbled, disoriented, and Charlie steadied him with a gentle hand. "It's okay," she whispered. "We're safe. Let your eyes adjust." Gradually, the darkness resolved into dim shapes, high stone walls, narrow windows set near the ceiling, sturdy wooden furniture draped with cloths. They appeared to be in some kind of cellar or underground room. "Where are we?" Harry whispered back, his voice echoing slightly in the stone chamber. "An old safe house," Charlie replied, moving to light a lamp with a touch of her finger. Warm light bloomed, revealing a space that was dusty but well maintained. "It belongs to a friend of mine, someone who owes me a favor and isn't connected to either the wizarding world or hell." Harry took in their surroundings with the adaptability Charlie had come to admire. 4 months ago, he might have broken down at the sudden displacement and loss of their home. Now, he simply asked, "Is this still in Scotland?" "No," Charlie said, setting down her pack. "We're in Romania. Quite far from where they'll be looking for us." "Romania?" Harry's eyes widened. "But that's in Europe. We teleported across countries." Charlie smiled despite the situation. Portal magic doesn't care much about human borders. Distance matters less than magical connection. As Harry explored the safe house with cautious curiosity, Charlie quickly established new protective wards, these more subtle than the ones around their cottage. Instead of creating an obvious magical fortress, these enchantments would divert attention, make the building seem uninteresting, and mask their magical signatures. "Will they find the cottage?" Harry asked, returning to her side. "All our stuff is there." "Probably," Charlie admitted. "But I managed to send most of our important things to a secure location before we left. And the cottage itself, well, it was just a place. We can make a new home anywhere." Harry nodded, but she could feel his sadness through their bond. The cottage had been his first real home, the first place where he'd felt safe and wanted. Its loss was significant, even if he was trying to be brave about it. Charlie knelt to his level. "It's okay to be upset about the cottage, Harry. I'm upset too. We had good memories there. But we're still together, right?" he asked, his green eyes seeking reassurance. "They can't make you send me back to the Dursleys." "Never," Charlie promised, pulling him into a hug. "Our bond makes sure of that. Remember what I told you about magical guardianship? It can only be broken if you want it to be, or if I'm proven to be harmful to you." Harry hugged her fiercely. "I'd never want it broken. You're the best thing that ever happened to me." Charlie's throat tightened with emotion. For someone who had spent centuries trying to help souls find redemption, there was a special irony in finding her greatest purpose in helping this one human child. Harry had changed her as much as she'd changed him. When they separated, Charlie saw the exhaustion in Harry's face. The magical travel and emotional stress had drained him. "You should try to sleep," she suggested. "There's a bedroom through that door. I've already warded it specially for you." "What about you?" Harry asked, stifling a yawn. "I need to contact Vaggie, let her know what happened. And..." She hesitated. "I need to figure out exactly who was after us and why they found us so quickly." Harry nodded, but she could sense his reluctance to be alone. Without a word, Charlie modified her plans. Actually, I think we could both use some rest. The other stuff can wait until morning. Harry's relief was palpable. Together, they prepared for bed in a simple stone room, Charlie using magic to freshen the linens and warm the chill air. As Harry drifted toward sleep, Charlie sat beside him, gently stroking his hair the way she'd learned he found comforting. "Charlie," he murmured, already half asleep. "That man in the red suit, he called me the boy who lived. And he said something about prophecies. What did he mean?" Charlie sighed. She'd been gradually introducing Harry to his own history, careful not to overwhelm him with the darker aspects all at once. But events were accelerating, and she could no longer shield him from the truth. "We'll talk about it tomorrow," she promised. "The full story, everything I know about what happened to your parents and why people are so interested in you." Harry nodded, seemingly satisfied with her answer. Within minutes, his breathing deepened into sleep, his body relaxing as the day's tensions released their hold. Charlie remained beside him, her mind racing despite her physical exhaustion. Alastor's warnings, combined with the coordinated attack on their home, painted a concerning picture. This wasn't just Dumbledore's people trying to reclaim Harry for his protection, there were multiple factions moving against them. She carefully extracted her communication mirror from her pack, activating it with a touch. Vaggy's worried face appeared almost instantly. "Charlie. Thank hell, I've been trying to reach you for hours." "The cottage, we're safe," Charlie interrupted softly, mindful of Harry sleeping nearby. "Had to use the emergency exit. We're at location 3. Vaggy exhaled in relief, understanding the coded reference to their prearranged safe houses. "What happened?" "My contacts said there was a massive magical disturbance around your location. We were found," Charlie explained grimly. "Multiple groups. Alastor showed up just before with a warning from my father." "Alastor?" Vaggy's eye widened in alarm. "Your father sent the radio demon. As a messenger, apparently. Though he did provide a useful distraction." Charlie ran a hand through her hair. "It's worse than we thought, Vaggy. Dad knows things about Harry's situation, about prophecies and the dark wizard who's supposedly dead. He said there are treaties between Hell and the wizarding world that my guardianship of Harry has complicated." Vaggy's expression grew serious. "That tracks with what I've been hearing. My sources in the magical underground say there's been increased activity among former Death Eaters, the Dark Wizard's followers. They're looking for Harry too. But why now? It's been 6 years since Voldemort disappeared." "I don't know," Vaggy admitted. "But Charlie, there's something else. I talked to an old contact in the Department of Mysteries, those wizards who study prophecies and time and all that weird stuff. She wouldn't tell me details, but she did say that prophecies have power of their own, almost like sentience. When their subjects are removed from the path the prophecy expects, the magic tries to correct course." Charlie glanced at Harry's sleeping form. "You think the prophecy itself is trying to pull Harry back to whatever fate it predicted for him?" "Maybe," Vaggy said. "Or maybe someone is using the prophecy's magic to track him. Either way, you need to be careful." The magical disturbance at the cottage was big enough to attract attention from multiple realms. "Including Hell," Charlie murmured. "Why would my father care so much about a human prophecy?" "I don't know, but I'm working on it." "What's your plan now?" Charlie sighed. "Stay hidden for a few days. Figure out our next move. Harry deserves to know the truth about what's happening, but I'm worried about overwhelming him. He's only 7, Vaggy. A 7-year-old who survived a killing curse and has the most powerful dark wizard of the century gunning for him," Vaggy pointed out gently. "He's tougher than he looks." "I know." Charlie's gaze softened as she looked at Harry. "Believe me, I know how strong he is. That's part of what worries me. He shouldn't have to be this strong, this young." "No, he shouldn't," Vaggy agreed. "But he has you now, which is more than he had before." "I'll keep digging," see what else I can find out. In the meantime, stay safe. I can be there in 12 hours if you need me. Thanks, Vaggie. I don't know what I'd do without you. After disconnecting, Charlie continued her vigil beside Harry, watching the gentle rise and fall of his chest as he slept. The mark on his wrist glowed softly, matching the one on her own arm, a constant reminder of the promise she'd made to protect him. Whatever forces were converging around them, wizarding, hellish, or prophetic, Charlie was determined to shield Harry from the worst of it. He deserved a childhood, not a destiny forced upon him by prophecy or the expectations of others. But as the night deepened, Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that they were moving toward a confrontation that couldn't be avoided forever. Sooner or later, they would have to face Dumbledore, her father, and the shadow of the dark wizard whose mark Harry still bore on his forehead. For now, though, she would let him sleep, safe in the knowledge that whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. Harry's dreams were strange that night, fragmented images and sensations that felt both foreign and familiar. He dreamed of a high, cold laugh and green light. Of a silver mask floating in darkness. Of a massive snake slithering across a polished floor toward a chair where something waited, something less than human but filled with terrible purpose. He woke with a gasp, heart pounding. The room was still dark, but he could make out Charlie's silhouette beside him, her hand immediately finding his. "Bad dream?" she asked softly. Harry nodded, trying to hold on to the details before they slipped away. I think I saw him. The bad wizard who hurt my parents." Charlie's expression sharpened. "Voldemort? You saw him in your dream?" "Not exactly him," Harry tried to explain. "More like, where he is. He was weak, barely alive. But angry. So angry." He shuddered. "And there was a snake, a huge one." Charlie's arm went around his shoulders, pulling him close. "It was just a nightmare, Harry. After everything that happened yesterday, it didn't feel like a normal nightmare," Harry insisted. "It felt real. Like I was seeing through someone else's eyes." Charlie fell silent, and Harry could almost hear her thinking, weighing whether to worry him with her concerns or offer false reassurance. He appreciated that she always chose honesty. "The connection between you and Voldemort is something I don't fully understand," she admitted finally. "When he tried to kill you, when his curse rebounded, it left more than just that scar on your forehead. There's a magical link of some kind." Harry's hand went automatically to the lightning bolt scar. "You think I really saw him? That he's still alive somewhere?" "I don't know," Charlie said. "But I think we should take your dream seriously. Can you remember any details? Anything that might tell us where he is?" Harry concentrated, trying to recapture the fading images. There were mountains outside a window. And people speaking a language I didn't understand. And a name. He struggled to remember. Albania? Yes, that's it. Someone mentioned Albania. Charlie looked troubled. "I'll tell Vaggie to look into it. For now, try not to worry too much. Even if he is out there somewhere, he's weak, by your own description. And you're protected here." Harry nodded, though the dream's residual dread still clung to him. "Charlie? Can you tell me now? About the prophecy and why everyone's looking for me?" Charlie checked the time, barely past dawn. But Harry's expression was resolute, and after the dream, perhaps he deserved to know sooner rather than later. "All right," she agreed. "Let's have some breakfast first, then we'll talk. The full story, as much as I know of it." They prepared a simple meal together in the safe house's small kitchen, the familiar routine helping to ground Harry after his disturbing dreams. By the time they settled at the rough wooden table with tea and toast, he felt more centered, ready to hear whatever Charlie had to tell him. "What I'm going to tell you comes from research I've done since taking guardianship of you," Charlie began. "Some of it is from wizarding records, some from Hell's archives, and some from Vaggie's contacts. I don't have all the answers, and some parts might be difficult to hear. Is that okay? Harry nodded, gripping his mug of tea like a lifeline. Before you were born, a prophecy was made about a child who would have the power to defeat the dark wizard Voldemort. The exact wording is sealed in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, but it described a boy born at the end of July to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. That's me, Harry said quietly. You were one possibility, Charlie corrected. There was another boy who fit the description. But Voldemort chose to target you specifically, perhaps because you're a half-blood like him. What's a half-blood? It means one of your parents came from a wizarding family, and one came from a non-magical family. Your mother, Lily, was born to non-magical parents, what wizards call muggle-born. Your father, James, was from a long line of wizards. Harry absorbed this information, hungry for any details about the parents he couldn't remember. So Voldemort came after me because of this prophecy? Charlie nodded. On Halloween night, when you were just over a year old, he found your family in hiding. He killed your parents, then tried to kill you too. But something extraordinary happened. When he cast the killing curse at you, it rebounded on him instead. It nearly destroyed him, leaving only that scar on your forehead. But he didn't die completely, Harry guessed, thinking of his dream. He's still out there somewhere. That's what I believe, Charlie admitted. And what Alastair implied yesterday. Voldemort used very dark magic to prevent himself from truly dying. He exists in some weakened form, waiting to return. Harry stared into his tea, processing this. And the prophecy says I have to defeat him. But I'm just a kid. I can barely levitate a feather. Prophecies are complicated, Charlie said carefully. They show possible futures, not definite ones. And they're often fulfilled in ways no one expects. The important thing to understand is that you don't have to face anything alone, Harry. Prophecy or no prophecy. Is that why Dumbledore put me with the Dursleys? Because of the prophecy? Charlie's expression hardened slightly. Dumbledore placed you there primarily because of blood protection from your mother's sacrifice. By living with your mother's blood relative, your aunt, you were shielded from Voldemort and his followers. But yes, I believe the prophecy influenced his decisions about your life. And now everyone's looking for me because I ran away with you. Not exactly ran away, Charlie corrected with a small smile. More like rescued. But yes, various groups have different interests in your whereabouts. Dumbledore wants to ensure your protection as he sees it. The Ministry of Magic has concerns about a foreign magical being taking custody of a wizarding child, especially one as significant as you. And Voldemort's former followers, they would want to find you for their master. Harry was quiet for a long moment, digesting everything. Finally, he asked the question that had been forming since his dream. Do I have to go back? To fulfill the prophecy, I mean. Charlie reached across the table to take his hand. You don't have to do anything you don't choose to do, Harry. Prophecies have power, but so do we. Our choices matter more than predestined paths. But people might get hurt if I don't do what the prophecy says, right? If Voldemort comes back. The weight in his young voice broke Charlie's heart. That's not your responsibility. You're 7 years old, Harry. Your job right now is to grow and learn and be happy. The adults in your life, including me, should be protecting you, not the other way around. Harry didn't look entirely convinced, but he nodded anyway. What do we do now? We adapt, Charlie said simply. We find a new place to live, somewhere safer and more hidden. We continue your education, both magical and non-magical. And we prepare, not because a prophecy demands it, but because knowledge and strength are always valuable. And we stay together. Harry confirmed, his green eyes intense. Always, Charlie promised, the star mark on her wrist glowing in affirmation. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Their discussion was interrupted by an alert from one of Charlie's monitoring spells, not an immediate threat, but a magical presence approaching the outer perimeter she'd established around the safe house. "Someone's coming," she said, rising from the table. "Probably just locals, but we should be cautious." Harry followed her to one of the narrow windows that allowed a view of the countryside beyond their stone shelter. In the distance, a figure was walking up the hill toward them, tall, elderly, wearing robes that seemed to shimmer slightly in the morning light. "It's him," Harry whispered. "Dumbledore." Charlie stared in disbelief. "That's impossible. He couldn't have tracked us here. I used my father's portal magic, it doesn't leave traces like wizard transportation." Yet there was no mistaking the distinctive figure drawing nearer to their hideaway. Albus Dumbledore had somehow found them, less than 12 hours after their escape from Scotland. How? Charlie muttered, mind racing through possibilities. None of them were reassuring. "What do we do?" Harry asked, his voice remarkably steady for a child facing the approach of someone with the power to potentially separate him from his chosen guardian. Charlie considered their options. They could flee again, open another portal and disappear deeper into hiding. But that would only postpone the inevitable confrontation. Sooner or later, they would have to deal with Dumbledore and his influence in the wizarding world. "We talked to him," she decided. "But on our terms, with our protections in place." She quickly reinforced the safe house's defensive enchantments, not to keep Dumbledore out entirely, but to ensure she maintained control of the interaction. Then she knelt to Harry's level. "You don't have to speak to him if you don't want to," she assured him. "I can send you to a secure room where he can't reach you." Harry squared his small shoulders, looking far older than his 7 years. "No. I want to hear what he has to say. About my parents and the prophecy and everything." Charlie nodded, pride mixing with concern. "All right. But stay close to me, and remember our signal if you feel uncomfortable." Together, they moved to the safe house's entrance and waited as Dumbledore's tall form finally reached the door. There was no knock, just a gentle pulse of magic requesting entry, a wizard's equivalent of a doorbell. Charlie opened the door, positioning herself protectively in front of Harry while maintaining a neutral expression. "Professor Dumbledore. This is an unexpected visit." The elderly wizard looked weary but determined, his blue eyes immediately finding Harry behind Charlie's defensive stance. "Miss Morningstar." "Young Harry. I apologize for the intrusion, but recent events have made this conversation rather urgent." "How did you find us?" Charlie demanded, not stepping aside to allow entry yet. Dumbledore smiled sadly. "Not through any tracking of Harry, if that's your concern. Your methods of concealing his magical signature are quite effective." "No, I followed a different trail entirely, one left by your unique portal magic. It has a distinctive resonance that certain instruments can detect." Charlie's eyes narrowed. "And you just happen to have instruments capable of tracking hellborn magic?" "Let's just say that relations between magical beings have a long and complex history," Dumbledore replied diplomatically. "One I'd be happy to discuss, if you'll permit me to enter." "I come alone and in peace." Charlie hesitated, then looked down at Harry, silently asking his opinion. After a moment, he gave a small nod. "You may enter," Charlie said formally, stepping aside. "But be aware that this place has protections beyond what you might expect. Any hostile action will trigger consequences." "I would expect nothing less," Dumbledore acknowledged, crossing the threshold with a respectful bow of his head. Inside, they settled in the main room of the safe house, Dumbledore taking a worn armchair while Charlie and Harry sat together on a small sofa, their postures united and defensive. "I believe we got off on the wrong foot during our last interaction," Dumbledore began, his tone gentle. "For that, I apologize. My concern for Harry's safety perhaps made me less diplomatic than I should have been." "His safety wasn't your primary concern when you left him with abusive relatives," Charlie replied evenly. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "I made a grave error in judgment regarding the Dursleys. I believed that blood protection outweighed other considerations. I was wrong, and Harry suffered for my mistake. He turned his gaze directly to Harry. For that, I am truly sorry, my boy. Harry, who had been silent until now, studied the old wizard with wary curiosity. Why did you never check on me yourself? Even once? The simple question seemed to hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. He aged visibly before their eyes, the powerful wizard momentarily replaced by an old man carrying the weight of regret. I convinced myself that distance was necessary, he admitted quietly. That my presence in your life would draw attention from those who wished you harm. I relied on reports from others, reports that, I now realize, were incomplete or sanitized. It was cowardice disguised as strategy, and I have no excuse worthy of offering you. The raw honesty caught Charlie off guard. She'd expected justifications, not confession. What do you want from us now? She asked, maintaining her protective position beside Harry. Several things, Dumbledore replied, gathering himself. First, to warn you. The attack on your cottage wasn't sanctioned by me, though some involved were certainly from the Order of the Phoenix, an organization I lead that fought against Voldemort during the war. Others, however, were ministry officials acting independently, and still others. He paused ominously. Still others wore concealment charms I haven't seen since the darkest days of the war. Death Eaters, Charlie supplied, remembering Vaggy's warning. Voldemort's followers. Former followers, officially, Dumbledore corrected. Though I have long suspected some maintain their true allegiance in secret, awaiting their master's return. Harry shifted uneasily beside Charlie. I had a dream about him last night. Voldemort. He was weak, barely alive, but he was somewhere with mountains. Albania, I think. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes snapped to Harry with new intensity. You saw him? In a dream? It felt real, Harry said simply. Like I was seeing through someone else's eyes for a moment. Dumbledore and Charlie exchanged a look of shared concern over Harry's head. The connection between them, Charlie murmured. It's stronger than we realized. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed gravely. Which brings me to my second purpose. Harry needs training, not just in magic, but in protecting his mind. The connection you share with Voldemort could become dangerous if he becomes aware of it. I've been training him, Charlie said defensively. In demonic magic, yes. In hellfire manipulation, if I'm not mistaken, Dumbledore noted, surprising them with his knowledge. Impressive and potentially useful. But human wizarding magic operates on different principles, as does the mental discipline required to shield one's thoughts and protect against magical influence. Charlie couldn't argue with that. She'd been teaching Harry what she knew, but she was acutely aware of the gaps in his education regarding human wizardry specifically. What are you suggesting? She asked cautiously. A compromise, Dumbledore said, leaning forward earnestly. I acknowledge your guardianship of Harry. The bond you've created is powerful and, I believe, beneficial to him in ways I failed to provide. I will not attempt to break it or return him to his relatives. Harry's relief was palpable, a tension releasing from his small frame that Charlie felt through their connection. In return, Dumbledore continued, I ask that you allow Harry to receive proper wizarding education, under supervision you approve. Not at Hogwarts yet, he's too young, but with tutors who can prepare him both for school and for the challenges his unique situation presents. And these tutors would report to you, Charlie stated flatly. They would report to both of us, Dumbledore corrected. Joint guardianship, in effect if not in magic. Your bond remains primary, but my resources and knowledge are at your disposal for Harry's benefit. It was a reasonable offer, more reasonable than Charlie had expected. But she sensed there was more. And the third purpose of your visit? She prompted. Dumbledore's expression grew even more serious. To warn you about your father's interest in Harry. Lucifer Morningstar is not known for his benevolence toward humans, regardless of his affection for his daughter. Charlie stiffened. My father would never harm a child under my protection. Perhaps not directly, Dumbledore conceded. But his agents are another matter. The being who assisted your escape yesterday, the one the supernatural community calls the radio demon, is not known for his restraint. Alastor was following my father's orders to help us, Charlie argued, though a seed of doubt had been planted. Alastor's assistance had been surprisingly convenient. For now, Dumbledore agreed. But you must ask yourself why the ruler of hell has taken such interest in a human child, prophecy notwithstanding. The question hit uncomfortably close to concerns Charlie had already been harboring. Her father rarely involved himself in human affairs unless there was significant advantage to be gained. I can handle my father, she said firmly. I hope that's true, Dumbledore replied. For all our sakes. He turned his attention to Harry. What do you think of my proposal, Harry? Would you be willing to learn from wizarding tutors, while maintaining your home with Miss Morningstar? Harry looked up at Charlie, then back to Dumbledore. Would I still learn demon magic too? Charlie's teaching me really cool stuff. A smile twitched at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth. I imagine arrangements could be made for complementary education. Though perhaps we might avoid mentioning the demonic aspects to the Ministry of Magic. Harry considered this seriously, then asked, and you won't try to make me go back to the Dursleys? Or take me away from Charlie? You have my word, Dumbledore promised solemnly. Harry nodded, satisfied. Then I think it sounds okay. As long as Charlie agrees. All eyes turned to Charlie, who found herself in the unexpected position of negotiating with one of the most powerful wizards in the world while considering the wishes of a 7-year-old boy who had somehow become the center of her existence. We would need a new home, she said finally. Somewhere secure but not isolated. Harry should have the chance to make friends, to have some normalcy despite everything. I believe that can be arranged, Dumbledore said. There are several magical communities where a mixed household such as yours would raise fewer eyebrows than you might expect. And I want everything about Harry's situation explained to him honestly, in age-appropriate ways. No more secrets or prophecies hanging over his head without his knowledge. That seems fair, though perhaps with some discretion regarding the darker aspects until he's a bit older. Charlie turned to Harry. What do you think? It's your life we're discussing. Your education, your future. Harry took his time considering, his expression serious beyond his years. I want to learn everything I can, he said finally. Wizard magic and demon magic. And I want to understand about the prophecy and Voldemort. But mostly. He looked up at Charlie with complete trust, I want us to stay together. You're my family now. The simple declaration tightened Charlie's throat with emotion. Then that's what we'll prioritize, she managed. A proper education, but with us remaining together as family. Dumbledore watched their interaction with an expression that might have been wistful. Family comes in many forms, he observed quietly. Sometimes the strongest bonds are those we choose rather than those we're born to. The three of them spent the next several hours discussing logistics, potential locations for a new home, the structure of Harry's education, security measures that would satisfy both Charlie's protective instincts and Dumbledore's strategic concerns. Throughout the conversation, Harry remained engaged and thoughtful, asking questions that impressed both adults with their insight. By mid-afternoon, they had the outline of a plan. They would relocate to a small magical community in southern France, where the boundaries between magical species were historically more flexible. Harry would receive tutoring in wizarding subjects 3 days a week, while continuing his education with Charlie in both mundane subjects and the controlled aspects of demonic magic she deemed appropriate. Dumbledore would provide enhanced protections for their new home, while Charlie would maintain her own brand of security. Most importantly, Harry would remain under Charlie's primary guardianship, their magical bond undisturbed. There is one more matter we should discuss, Dumbledore said as their planning wound down. Harry's connection to Voldemort, as evidenced by his dream. It requires specialized attention. What kind of attention? Charlie asked warily. Occlumency, the magical art of shielding one's mind. It's not typically taught to children so young, but Harry's circumstances are exceptional. Dumbledore studied the boy thoughtfully. With proper instruction, he could learn to control the connection, perhaps even gather information without risking himself. Charlie frowned. You're talking about using a 7-year-old as an intelligence source against a dark wizard. I'm talking about giving him the tools to protect himself, Dumbledore corrected. What he does with those tools will, of course, be guided by his guardians. He looked meaningfully at Charlie. Before she could respond, a notification chime sounded, Charlie's alert for incoming magical communication. She excused herself briefly to check it in the next room, leaving Harry and Dumbledore in a moment of awkward silence. Sir. Harry ventured after a moment. Can I ask you something about my parents? Dumbledore's expression softened. Of course, my boy. I knew them well, your father as a student, and both your parents as members of the Order during the war. What were they like? As people, I mean. Dumbledore considered the question with appropriate gravity. Your father, James, was remarkably clever, brilliant at transfiguration and fiercely loyal to his friends. He had a mischievous streak that frequently landed him in trouble, but his heart was invariably in the right place. Harry drank in the details, hungry for any connection to his past. Your mother, Lily, was extraordinary in different ways. Exceptionally gifted at charms and potions, with a kind of intuitive understanding of magic that went beyond textbooks. She was compassionate but fierce in defense of what she believed right. You have her eyes, you know. Charlie says I have her temper too, Harry said with a small smile. When I get really mad about something unfair. That sounds very much like Lily, Dumbledore agreed, his eyes twinkling. After a pause, he added more seriously, they would be proud of you, Harry. Not because of prophecies or surviving Voldemort's attack, but because of who you are becoming, a thoughtful, brave young person despite difficult circumstances. Harry absorbed this, emotion flickering across his face before he managed to control it. Thank you for telling me about them, he said simply. When Charlie returned moments later, her expression was troubled. What's wrong? Harry asked immediately, sensitive to her moods through their bond. That was Vaggie, Charlie explained. She's been investigating the attack on our cottage. It seems the situation is more complicated than we thought. She glanced at Dumbledore. Someone from the Department of Mysteries was there, someone with specific interest in prophecies. And they weren't working with either your order or the standard ministry forces. Dumbledore's expression darkened. The unspeakables operate with considerable autonomy. If they've taken interest in Harry's situation. There's more, Charlie continued grimly. Vaggie confirmed Harry's dream. There have been reports of magical disturbances in Albania, in a forest region with a history of dark magic. And recent disappearances of local magical creatures. Harry shivered involuntarily, remembering the sensation from his dream, the hunger, the desperate weakness seeking strength at any cost. He's trying to get stronger, he said quietly. Both adults looked at him sharply. In my dream, Harry explained, he was angry but also, determined. Like he had a plan. And there were others helping him, not just the snake. Dumbledore rose to his feet, suddenly looking every inch the powerful wizard rather than the diplomatic negotiator. This confirms my worst fears. We must accelerate our preparations. If Voldemort is actively rebuilding his strength rather than merely surviving. But he doesn't have a body, Charlie pointed out. At least, not according to what I've found in the records. How dangerous can he be in that state? More dangerous than you might imagine, Dumbledore said gravely. There are ancient magics, dark, terrible magics, that could restore him. If his followers are gathering, if the Department of Mysteries is moving independently, if your father has taken interest, these are not coincidences. A chill ran through the room at his words. What do we do? Harry asked, his voice small but determined. Dumbledore looked at him with a mixture of sadness and resolve. We prepare, my boy. Not for you to face him, you are far too young for such burdens, but to ensure you have the protection and knowledge you deserve. The rest. He glanced at Charlie, the rest is for adults to handle. Charlie placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. We'll need to move quickly. If multiple groups are tracking us, this location won't remain secure for long. I can arrange transportation to France by this evening, Dumbledore offered. Non-magical methods, to avoid leaving magical traces. I have faster ways, Charlie said, thinking of her portal abilities. But first, I need to speak with my father. Directly, not through intermediaries like Alastor. If Hell has treaties with the wizarding world that involve Harry, I need to understand them. Dumbledore looked concerned. Approaching Lucifer Morningstar in his realm would be inadvisable at this juncture. He's still my father, Charlie said firmly. And despite what you might think, he does care for me. He'll hear me out, at least. Harry tugged at her sleeve. Can I come with you? To Hell, I mean. Absolutely not, both adults said in unison, then exchanged surprised looks at their agreement. Hell is no place for a living human child, Charlie explained gently. Especially not one with your specific magical signature. It would be like walking into a dragon's den wearing a suit made of meat. Harry looked disappointed but nodded in understanding. Where will I stay while you're gone? With me, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore suggested immediately. The castle's protections are second to none, and term doesn't begin for another month. He would be quite safe there until your return. Charlie considered the suggestion, weighing her instinctive protectiveness against practical necessity. She had to confront her father, and Hell was indeed no place for Harry. Hogwarts, with its legendary protections, was perhaps the safest alternative. Harry, she asked, deferring to his opinion. Would you be comfortable staying at Hogwarts with Professor Dumbledore for a day or two while I speak with my father? Harry thought about it seriously. Will there be other kids there? Not currently, Dumbledore replied. Though the staff has begun returning to prepare for term. Hagrid, our groundskeeper, has a particular fondness for magical creatures that many young people find fascinating. This seemed to tip the scales for Harry. I think it would be okay. For a couple of days. He looked up at Charlie. But you'll come back quickly, right? As fast as demonically possible, she promised, squeezing his hand. And our bond will let you know I'm okay, even when we're apart. With their course decided, preparations began in earnest. Charlie packed their meager belongings while Dumbledore made arrangements via a silver Patronus messenger, a phoenix that soared away through the stone walls as if they weren't there. Harry watched the magical message with wide eyes. Will I learn to do that someday? The Patronus charm is advanced magic, Dumbledore explained, but given your progress with fire manipulation, I suspect you have a natural affinity for magic requiring emotional power. So yes, I believe you will. By early evening, they were ready to depart. Dumbledore would take Harry directly to Hogwarts via a specially arranged port key, while Charlie would travel to Hell through her own methods. They would reunite at Hogwarts within 2 days to implement their plan for Harry's new home and education. As they prepared to separate, Charlie knelt to Harry's level, checking his packed bag and the protective amulet she'd created for him, an additional safeguard beyond their guardian bond. Remember, if you need me urgently, just focus on our bond and call for me, she instructed. I'll feel it no matter where I am. Harry nodded, his brave face not quite hiding his anxiety at their first separation since she'd rescued him from the Dursleys. Be careful in Hell. Even if your dad is in charge, it sounds dangerous. Charlie smiled, touched by his concern. I was born there, remember? It's home for me, as weird as that might seem. I'll be fine. She hesitated, then added, and Harry? While you're at Hogwarts, it's okay to ask questions about your parents. Professor Dumbledore knew them, and so did some of the other teachers. It might be a good chance to learn more about them. Harry's eyes lit up at the suggestion. I will. He threw his arms around her in a tight hug. "Come back soon, okay? Wild hellhounds couldn't keep me away," she promised, hugging him back. Dumbledore watched their farewell with an unreadable expression. When they separated, he stepped forward with an old-fashioned pocket watch in his palm, the port key that would take them to Hogwarts. "Ready, Harry?" he asked gently. Harry took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and nodded. With one last look at Charlie, he placed his finger on the watch beside Dumbledore's. 3, 2, 1. Dumbledore counted down, and then they were gone in a swirl of magic, leaving Charlie alone in the safe house. She took a moment to center herself, to push down the anxiety of separation. Then, with a determined set to her jaw, she opened a portal directly to hell, not to her family's mansion or to Happy Hotel, but to a neutral territory where she could request a formal audience with her father. It was time to understand exactly why the King of Hell had taken such interest in a human child with a lightning bolt scar. Hogwarts Castle was even more magnificent than Harry had imagined from Charlie's descriptions. As he followed Dumbledore through the massive entrance hall, he couldn't help gaping at the moving staircases, talking portraits, and glimpses of ghosts drifting through walls. "This is where I'll go to school when I'm 11, he asked, trying to take in everything at once. "Indeed," Dumbledore confirmed, looking pleased at Harry's wonder. "Though you'll have the rare privilege of experiencing it without the usual crowds first." Harry was introduced to several staff members who had already returned for preterm preparations, stern Professor McGonagall who transformed into a cat and back again right before his astonished eyes, tiny Professor Flitwick who made Harry's luggage float alongside them with a casual flick of his wand, and Hagrid, the enormous groundskeeper whose booming voice and wild appearance initially startled Harry until he recognized the genuine kindness underneath. "Lily and James boy," Hagrid had exclaimed upon meeting him, eyes suspiciously moist. "Last time I saw ya was just a baby. Carried ya out of the house myself, after." He trailed off awkwardly, but Harry had pressed for details, hungry for any connection to that night, to his parents. Hagrid's simple but emotional account of rescuing baby Harry from the ruined cottage in Godric's Hollow filled in pieces of his history that even Charlie hadn't known. Harry was given a guest room in a tower not far from Dumbledore's office, a cozy space with a four-poster bed and windows overlooking the sweeping grounds and the lake beyond. After the excitement of arrival and a hearty dinner in the cavernous Great Hall, served by creatures called house elves that Harry found both fascinating and slightly concerning, he found himself alone with his thoughts for the first time since Charlie's departure. The star mark on his wrist glowed softly in the dimness, a comforting reminder of their bond. He focused on it, sending a wordless goodnight through the connection, and felt a warm pulse in return, Charlie, acknowledging him across the dimensional divide. Sleep came surprisingly easily in the ancient castle, as if the stones themselves emitted a gentle magic that soothed troubled minds. But his dreams, when they came, were far from peaceful. Once again, he found himself seeing through other eyes, slithering across cold stone, feeling hunger and rage and terrible purpose. But this time, the vision shifted, showing him a room he somehow recognized, though he'd never seen it before, a nursery with moving magical toys, a crib with golden snitches floating above it, and a woman with red hair singing softly. His mother. The perspective changed, and he was no longer the observer but standing in the room as himself, watching as the scene played out before him. His mother, young and beautiful and alive, cradling baby Harry in her arms. His father entering, his expression tight with worry. "He's coming, Lily. The wards are falling. Take Harry and go." Harry tried to cry out, to warn them, but no sound emerged. He was forced to watch as his mother placed baby Harry in the crib, as she turned to face the door with her wand drawn, as a tall, dark figure entered the room. He woke with a strangled cry, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest. The room around him came into focus gradually, the unfamiliar Hogwarts guest chamber, not the nursery from his dream. But the emotion lingered, raw and painful, tears streaming down his face before he even realized he was crying. A soft knock at the door startled him. "Harry? Are you all right?" It was Dumbledore's voice, gentle with concern. Harry wiped his face hastily. "I'm okay," he called, his voice betraying him with a slight crack. The door opened, and Dumbledore entered, wearing an improbable nightcap and carrying a steaming mug. "The castle's monitoring charms alerted me to your distress," he explained. "I've brought hot chocolate, a remedy I've found effective for nightmares over the years." Harry accepted the mug gratefully, wrapping his hands around its warmth. "It wasn't just a nightmare," he said after taking a sip. "I saw my parents. The night they died. I saw him." Dumbledore's expression grew grave as he sat on the edge of the bed. "Another vision, then. May I?" He gestured toward Harry's forehead. Harry nodded, and Dumbledore gently pressed cool fingers near his scar, closing his eyes in concentration. After a moment, he withdrew, his expression troubled. "The connection is growing stronger," he murmured. "Perhaps triggered by your presence here at Hogwarts, where the magical atmosphere is particularly potent." "It felt so real," Harry whispered. "Like I was really there, but couldn't do anything to help them." "That is the cruelest part of such visions," Dumbledore acknowledged. "The helplessness they engender." He studied Harry thoughtfully. "Tomorrow, if you're willing, I'd like to begin teaching you some basic mental shielding techniques. Nothing too strenuous, just simple exercises to help you control which thoughts and images have access to your mind." Harry nodded, eager for any protection against the disturbing visions. "Charlie said you knew my parents well. Were they afraid, at the end?" Dumbledore's eyes grew distant with memory. "Your parents faced Voldemort with extraordinary courage, Harry. Your father died trying to buy time for your mother to escape with you." "Your mother." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Your mother was offered the chance to step aside, to save herself. She refused, shielding you with her body, her love, her magic. It was that sacrifice that protected you, that rebounded Voldemort's curse upon himself. Why would he offer to spare her? I thought he hated Muggleborns." "A keen observation," Dumbledore acknowledged. "It's a question I've pondered myself over the years. The most likely explanation involves a former follower of mine who had complicated loyalties." He shook his head slightly. "But that's a story for when you're a bit older, I think." Harry wanted to press for more details but was interrupted by a wave of exhaustion, the emotional toll of the vision catching up with him. Dumbledore noticed immediately. "Try to sleep now," he suggested gently. "The hot chocolate contains a mild calming draft, nothing to force sleep, just to ease anxieties. Tomorrow is another day, and Miss Morningstar would be most displeased if I returned you to her overtired." "Is she okay?" Harry asked, settling back against his pillows. "Can you tell?" Dumbledore's expression softened. "The bond you share would alert you to any true danger to her. Hell may be perilous for many, but for its princess, it's simply home. Trust in her ability to navigate her realm, as she trusts in your resilience in ours." The comparison brought unexpected comfort. Harry nodded, his eyelids growing heavy. "Thank you for the hot chocolate." "You're very welcome, my boy. Sleep well." As Dumbledore quietly left the room, Harry's thoughts drifted to Charlie, wondering what she was facing in Hell's Palace, hoping she was finding the answers they needed. The star mark on his wrist pulsed gently, a reassurance that somewhere, across dimensions, his chosen guardian was thinking of him too. Charlie stood before the ornate doors of her father's throne room, steeling herself for the confrontation ahead. Hell's Palace was exactly as she'd left it, opulent, dramatic, and perpetually filled with the background noise of tortured souls and demonic business. The guards flanking the doors, both high-ranking demons who had known Charlie since her creation, nodded respectfully as she approached. "Princess," one acknowledged. "The king is expecting you." Of course he was. Her father had always excelled at staying one step ahead, particularly when it came to his daughter's activities. Charlie straightened her shoulders and pushed through the doors without waiting for an announcement. Lucifer Morningstar lounged on his throne, looking for all the world like he was attending a casual garden party rather than ruling the realm of eternal damnation. Beside him stood Charlie's mother, Lilith, her expression carefully neutral but her eyes tracking Charlie with subtle concern. "Darling!" Lucifer greeted with elaborate cheer. "How kind of you to remember you have parents. We were beginning to think you'd permanently relocated to the mortal realm with your little human project." "Hello, Dad." "Mom." Charlie kept her voice steady, refusing to be baited into defensiveness. "I think we need to talk." "Do we?" Lucifer examined his nails with exaggerated boredom. "About what, precisely?" "Your flagrant violation of non-interference protocols. Your adoption of a prophesied human child. Or perhaps the diplomatic incident you've created with the wizarding authorities." "All of the above," Charlie replied evenly. "Starting with why you sent Alastair to warn me instead of calling me home directly." Lucifer's expression shifted subtly, genuine emotion breaking through his cultivated nonchalance. "Would you have come if I had?" The honest question caught Charlie off guard. Yes, of course." "Really?" Lucifer raised an eyebrow. "Because from where I sit, you've been actively avoiding me since you took in the Potter boy. No calls, no visits, not even a hellhound messenger to let your dear old dad know you've essentially adopted a human child of significant prophetic importance." Guilt flashed through Charlie, quickly replaced by determination. "I was protecting Harry. After what I saw at the Dursleys, yes, the abusive relatives," Lucifer waved a dismissive hand. "Distasteful, certainly. Humans can be remarkably cruel to their young, a trait I've always found puzzling considering their limited lifespans. But darling, there are proper channels for such interventions. Agencies. Authorities. None of which were helping him," Charlie countered. "He'd been there for years, Dad. Years of neglect and psychological abuse, all while supposedly being protected by Dumbledore's arrangements." Lilith spoke for the first time, her melodious voice carrying unexpected compassion. "We don't question your motives, Charlotte. Your heart has always been your guiding force, for better or worse. But your methods have created complications." "What complications?" Charlie demanded. "What treaties exist between hell and the wizarding world that my guardianship of Harry supposedly violates?" Lucifer and Lilith exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, Lucifer sighed dramatically and rose from his throne. "Walk with me," he said, "not a request but a command. This conversation requires privacy even from our own court." Charlie followed her father through a side door into one of the palace's countless corridors, this one leading to a balcony overlooking the fiery landscape of Hell's central domain. Below, demons went about their eternal business of torment and bureaucracy, the machinery of damnation turning ceaselessly. The wizarding world occupies a unique position in the cosmic balance, Lucifer began once they were alone. Unlike ordinary humans, wizards and witches possess power that can directly affect supernatural realms, including hell itself. This necessitated certain arrangements, established millennia ago. "What kind of arrangements?" Charlie pressed. "Boundaries. Rules of engagement. Promises not to interfere directly in each other's domains." Lucifer turned to face her, unusually serious. "One such agreement involves prophecies. When a true prophecy emerges in the wizarding world, particularly one concerning the balance of power between light and dark magic, all supernatural realms are bound to non-interference." Charlie frowned. "But Voldemort interfered. He tried to kill Harry because of the prophecy. Voldemort is human, albeit a magically powerful one. The treaties don't bind human actions, only supernatural beings." Lucifer's expression darkened. "What that particular wizard has done to avoid death, however, skirts dangerously close to breaching the natural order itself." "The Horcruxes," Charlie said, naming the dark magic she'd discovered in her research. Lucifer looked genuinely surprised. "You've been thorough in your investigations." Yes, Voldemort's soul splinters, his Horcruxes, are an abomination that concerns even hell. A soul should either remain intact in its mortal vessel or come to its appropriate afterlife destination. These fragments exist in a state that disrupts the cosmic balance. Is that why you're interested in Harry? Because of Voldemort's disruption to the balance? Lucifer studied his daughter carefully. Partially. But there's more to it, Charlie. The night Voldemort attacked the Potter child, when his killing curse rebounded, something unprecedented occurred. A piece of Voldemort's already fractured soul attached itself to the boy. Charlie felt as if the ground had dropped away beneath her. Harry has a piece of Voldemort's soul inside him. The implications were horrifying. Not precisely inside him, Lucifer clarified. More like attached to his own soul, a parasitic fragment that creates the connection he's experiencing through dreams and visions. Can it be removed? Charlie demanded, already thinking of ways to protect Harry from this insidious invasion. That's where matters become complicated, Lucifer sighed. Conventional magic can't separate them without killing the boy. The fragment has integrated itself too thoroughly with his life force. But there might be other options, which brings me to my actual concern about your guardianship. Charlie narrowed her eyes. What concern? Your redemption magic, darling. Lucifer's expression was uncharacteristically gentle. The very power you've been developing for your little hotel project. It's uniquely suited to soul purification and healing, potentially even to separating a soul fragment without harming the host. Understanding dawned. You think I can save Harry from the soul fragment? That's why you sent Alastair to warn us instead of simply ordering me to return him to Dumbledore's care. Give your old dad some credit for familial feeling, Lucifer said with a hint of his usual dramatic flair. I may not approve of your methods, but I recognize the bond you formed with the child. And strategically speaking, having the boy who lived indebted to Hell's Princess could prove useful in the coming conflict. He's not a strategic asset, Charlie said sharply. He's a 7-year-old boy who deserves protection and love. He can be both, Lucifer pointed out pragmatically. Just as you are both my beloved daughter and Hell's Princess with responsibilities to our realm. Charlie paced the balcony, mind racing. Does Dumbledore know about the soul fragment in Harry? I suspect he has theories, though perhaps not the complete picture. The old wizard plays his cards close to his chest, even with allies. And what about the Department of Mysteries? Vaggie discovered they had agents at our cottage during the attack. Lucifer's expression darkened. The unspeakables have their own agenda. They study prophecies as physical manifestations of fate, literal crystallized destiny. The Potter boy's deviation from his prophesied path with your intervention has likely set off all manner of alarms in their department. So we have Dumbledore, the Ministry, the Unspeakables, Death Eaters, and now Hell itself all taking an interest in Harry. Charlie shook her head in disbelief. He's just a child. A child at the center of a prophecy that could determine the fate of the wizarding world, Lucifer reminded her. Such children rarely enjoy the luxury of normal childhoods, regardless of who raises them. He will with me, Charlie said firmly. I won't let anyone use him as a weapon or a tool or a sacrifice for their greater good. Lucifer studied his daughter with an expression that might almost have been pride. You've grown quite ferocious in your protective instincts. Quite demonic, really, in the best sense. I made a promise, Charlie said simply. A magical oath to protect him and honor his choices. Yes, about that. Lucifer's tone shifted to mild reproach. The guardianship bond you created is rather more powerful than I think you realized. It doesn't just establish magical guardianship, it creates a familial connection on a soul level. In effect, you've made the Potter boy family in the eyes of cosmic magic. Charlie stared at her father. What does that mean, exactly? It means, my dear, that Harry Potter now has a claim to Hell's protection as a member of the royal family, however distant. It means his enemies could potentially be considered enemies of Hell itself. Lucifer's expression was unreadable. It also means that when he eventually dies, hopefully after a long and fulfilling human life, his soul has the right to choose its destination, regardless of mortal actions that might otherwise determine his afterlife placement. The implications were staggering. Charlie had known the guardianship bond was powerful, but she hadn't realized it extended to such cosmic considerations. "Are you angry?" she asked finally. Lucifer sighed dramatically. "I'm many things, Charlie. Surprised, impressed by your audacity, concerned about potential diplomatic fallout. But angry?" He considered. "No, not angry. The boy was treated abominably by his human guardians. Even hell has standards about the treatment of children." Relief washed through Charlie. Her father's approval still mattered to her, complicated as their relationship might be. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Dumbledore has proposed a compromise, joint educational oversight while I maintain primary guardianship. Harry would receive wizarding tutoring while living with me in a magical community." "A reasonable proposal, from the wizard's perspective," Lucifer acknowledged. "Though I'd advise caution. Dumbledore plays the benevolent grandfather role convincingly, but he's a strategist at heart. He'll still want the boy prepared to fulfill the prophecy when the time comes." "And what do you want, Dad?" Charlie asked directly. "What's hell's interest in Harry beyond the treaties and balance?" Lucifer's expression turned shrewd. "Information, primarily. The Potter boy's connection to Voldemort provides a unique window into the Dark Wizard's activities that could threaten the cosmic balance if his return is achieved through certain dark rituals. Additionally," he hesitated, uncharacteristically cautious, "there may come a time when an alliance between Hell and the boy who lived serves mutual interests. He's not making any alliances until he's old enough to understand what that means," Charlie said firmly. "Of course," Lucifer agreed, too easily. "But nurturing a positive relationship with Hell through his connection to you hardly seems nefarious. Simply, prudent planning." Charlie narrowed her eyes, sensing there was more her father wasn't telling her. But pushing too hard would likely close the door on what had been a surprisingly forthcoming conversation. "I need to return to him soon," she said instead. "He's at Hogwarts with Dumbledore, and I promised not to be gone long." "Hogwarts," Lucifer mused. "Interesting choice for temporary sanctuary. The castle has its own sentience, you know, an accumulated magical consciousness from centuries of young witches and wizards learning and growing within its walls. It might recognize something in the Potter boy that others have missed." "What do you mean?" Lucifer waved a dismissive hand. "Merely an observation. Ancient magical buildings develop their own form of awareness. Hogwarts has been known to respond differently to students with unusual destinies." Before Charlie could press for clarification, Lilith appeared in the doorway to the balcony. "I hope your father has been forthcoming," she said, gliding forward to join them. "He has a tendency toward theatrics at the expense of clarity." "I am the picture of clarity," Lucifer protested with mock offense. Lilith ignored him, focusing on Charlie. "The human child, Harry. He's important to you?" "Yes," Charlie answered simply. "He's family now." Lilith nodded, accepting this without the drama Lucifer might have displayed. "Then you should know that your father has assigned protection to you both, beyond what he's admitted. Alastor's involvement wasn't merely as a messenger." Charlie looked sharply at her father. "What does she mean?" Lucifer shot Lilith an aggrieved look before sighing theatrically. "I may have instructed certain assets to keep watch over you and the boy. Discreetly, of course." "Spying on us, you mean?" "Protecting you," Lucifer corrected. "There are forces moving against the Potter child that even Dumbledore may not be aware of. Dark wizards are only one faction with interest in a child who survived the killing curse with a piece of Voldemort's soul attached to him." "What other factions?" Charlie demanded. Lucifer and Lilith exchanged another of their inscrutable looks. "Let's just say that heaven has also noticed your intervention," Lucifer said finally. And they tend to take a rather absolutist view of soul fragments and prophetic destinies. A chill ran through Charlie. If heaven was watching Harry as well, they wouldn't harm a child, would they? Not directly, Lilith answered when Lucifer hesitated. But their concept of the greater good can be even more coldly calculating than your father's pragmatism. Wonderful, Charlie muttered. So we have hell, heaven, dark wizards, the Ministry of Magic, and Dumbledore all taking an interest in one small boy. You forgot the goblins, Lucifer added helpfully. The Potter family has significant holdings in their banks. They've been quite annoyed about their inability to contact the Potter heir regarding his accounts. Charlie threw up her hands in exasperation. Anyone else I should know about? The Tooth Fairy? Santa Claus? Don't be ridiculous, darling, Lucifer smirked. Though now that you mention Nicholas. I'm leaving, Charlie announced, cutting off whatever absurd revelation her father was about to share. I need to get back to Harry. But first, I want your word that your protection won't interfere with our lives unless there's genuine danger. Lucifer placed a hand over his heart. You have my solemn promise as King of Hell and as your father. My agents will observe only, unless intervention is necessary to prevent harm to you or the boy. It was probably the best assurance she could hope for. Charlie nodded, then impulsively stepped forward to embrace her father, catching him off guard. Thank you for being honest with me, she said. Even if you had to be pushed into it. Lucifer awkwardly returned the hug, patting her back in a manner that suggested physical affection remained somewhat foreign to him despite centuries of parenthood. Yes, well. Family is family, even when they insist on adopting human children with cosmically significant prophecies attached to them. Charlie released him and turned to hug her mother as well. Lilith's embrace was more natural, a gentle strength in her arms that Charlie had always found comforting. Be careful, my dear, Lilith murmured. Not everyone who approaches you as an ally will have the boy's best interests at heart. I know, Charlie assured her. I've gotten pretty good at spotting hidden agendas. You get that from me, Lilith smiled. Your father wouldn't recognize subtlety if it announced itself with a brass band. I'm standing right here, Lucifer complained. Charlie stepped back, preparing to open a portal back to the human realm. I'll keep you informed about our plans, she promised. No more disappearing acts. See that you don't, Lucifer warned, though his tone lacked real threat. And Charlotte? When the time comes for the boy to learn about the soul fragment, and it will come, sooner than you might wish, remember that your redemption magic may be his best hope for freedom from it. With that ominous reminder, Charlie opened her portal and stepped through, leaving hell behind for the cool Scottish air surrounding Hogwarts Castle, her mind heavy with new knowledge and fresh concerns about Harry's future. Harry spent his second day at Hogwarts exploring the castle grounds with Hagrid as his enthusiastic guide. The enormous groundskeeper showed him the edge of the Forbidden Forest, strictly from a safe distance, introduced him to a herd of thestrals that Harry could somehow see despite Hagrid's surprise, and even took him to the lake where a giant squid lazily waved tentacles in the summer sun. Yeah, look just like your dad, Hagrid kept saying, except for the eyes. Got your mum's eyes, yeah do. Harry soaked up every detail Hagrid shared about his parents, how his father had been a Quidditch star, how his mother had been brilliant at charms and kind to everyone regardless of house affiliation, how they'd fallen in love in their 7th year after years of his father trying to impress her. They were good people, Harry, Hagrid said earnestly. The very best. And, they loved ya more than anything. Don't ya ever forget that. In the afternoon, Dumbledore had begun the promised mental shielding lessons, simple exercises to help Harry visualize his mind as a protected space. The headmaster had been patient and encouraging, seemingly impressed with Harry's natural aptitude. Your connection with Miss Morningstar may have prepared you well for this discipline, Dumbledore had observed. The guardian bond you share requires a certain mental organization that many children your age haven't yet developed. Now, as evening approached, Harry sat on a stone bench near the lake, watching the sunset reflect on the water. He closed his eyes, practicing the mental exercises Dumbledore had taught him, trying to create a barrier between his thoughts and the invasive visions. The distinctive sound of a portal opening made his eyes fly open. Charlie stepped through, her expression brightening at the sight of him. "Charlie!" Harry ran to her, throwing his arms around her waist in a tight hug. "You're back early." She returned the embrace with equal enthusiasm. "I promised I wouldn't be long, didn't I? How was Hogwarts? Did you explore the castle?" Harry nodded eagerly, words tumbling out as he described everything he'd seen and learned over the past day and a half. Charlie listened attentively, genuinely interested in his experiences, though Harry noticed a new tension in her expression beneath her smile. "What about you?" he asked when he finally ran out of breath. "Did you talk to your dad? Is he mad about me?" Charlie led him back to the bench, sitting beside him with a sigh. "It's complicated. He's not angry, exactly. More, concerned about the bigger picture. Because of the prophecy. That, and other things." Charlie hesitated, clearly debating how much to share. "There are treaties between Hell and the wizarding world that my guardianship of you technically bends, if not breaks. But more importantly, there's information about your connection to Voldemort that I didn't know before." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. "Because of my scar? And the dreams?" "Yes." Charlie took his hand, her touch warm and reassuring. "Harry, the night Voldemort tried to kill you, when the curse rebounded, something happened that no one expected. A piece of his soul, a very small fragment, attached itself to you." Harry stared at her, horror dawning. "I have part of him inside me." His hand flew to his scar, suddenly feeling as if it might burn through his skin. "Not inside you," Charlie clarified quickly. "More like, attached to your soul. It's what creates the connection you experience in dreams. It's how you can sometimes see through his eyes or sense his emotions." Harry felt sick. The idea that some part of the monster who had murdered his parents was stuck to him, influencing his dreams, perhaps even his thoughts. "Can you get rid of it?" The question was simple, desperate, a child seeking reassurance. But Charlie's expression told him the answer before she spoke. "Not easily," she admitted. "Conventional magic can't separate it without harming you. But my father thinks my redemption magic might eventually offer a solution." "Eventually?" Harry repeated, latching onto the uncertainty in her tone. "But not now." "My redemption magic is still developing," Charlie explained gently. "I need to understand it better, to refine it before attempting something so delicate as soul work on someone I care about." Harry absorbed this, his expression troubled. "Does Dumbledore know about the soul piece?" "My father thinks he suspects but may not know for certain. It's not the kind of thing magical humans easily detect." Charlie squeezed his hand. "But Harry, this doesn't change who you are. You're not Voldemort. You're Harry Potter, brave and kind and stronger than you know." Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he nodded anyway, not wanting Charlie to worry more than she already was. "So what happens now? Do we still go to France like Dumbledore suggested?" Charlie smiled, relieved by his resilience. "That's the plan, if you're still comfortable with it. A small wizarding community near Nice. Beautiful weather, access to both magical and non-magical education, and strong protective wards we can enhance further. And we'll stay together. Always," Charlie promised. "The guardianship bond actually turned out to be even more powerful than I realized. According to my father, it makes you family in the eyes of cosmic magic, which means you have Hell's protection by extension." Harry's eyes widened. "I'm part of Hell's royal family now." Charlie laughed at his stunned expression. "In a very distant, honorary sort of way. But yes, technically our bond gives you certain protections and rights within the infernal hierarchy." "Wow." Harry tried to process this latest revelation. "Do I get cool demon powers too?" "I'm afraid not," Charlie chuckled. Though your affinity for fire magic might have something to do with our connection. The bond allows certain resonances between our magical signatures. Harry nodded, then asked more seriously, "Did you tell your dad about my dreams? About seeing Voldemort in Albania?" "Yes, and he's taking it seriously. He's going to have his own sources look into the situation." Charlie hesitated, then added, "There's something else you should know. My father has apparently assigned protection to us, demonic observers keeping watch from a distance." Harry frowned. "Like bodyguards?" "More like very well-hidden security cameras, but with fangs," Charlie explained. "They won't interfere unless there's real danger, and we won't even know they're there most of the time." "Is that good or bad?" "Honestly? Both. I don't love being watched, but having Hell's resources keeping an eye out for threats isn't the worst thing, considering how many different groups seem interested in finding you." They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, watching as the last rays of sun disappeared behind the mountains surrounding Hogwarts. The star marks on their wrists glowed gently in the gathering dusk, a visible reminder of their connection. "Charlie?" Harry asked finally. "If the soul piece is why I can see into Voldemort's mind, can he see into mine too?" It was the question Charlie had been dreading, the one she hadn't fully resolved even after her conversation with her father. "We don't think so," she said carefully. "Not yet, at least. The connection seems to be one way currently, probably because he's in such a weakened state. But that's one reason why the mental shielding lessons with Dumbledore are important. If Voldemort grows stronger, if he becomes aware of the connection, he might use it against me," Harry finished, displaying that perceptiveness beyond his years that still sometimes caught Charlie by surprise. "We won't let that happen," she assured him firmly. "Between my protections, Dumbledore's lessons, and Hell's surveillance, we're going to keep you safe." Harry nodded, but his expression remained troubled. "Charlie? What if the prophecy is right? What if I'm the only one who can stop him in the end?" The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Charlie wanted desperately to dismiss it, to assure Harry that adults would handle everything, that he was just a child who shouldn't have to worry about dark wizards and cosmic destinies. But she had promised him honesty, age-appropriate but never false. "Prophecies are tricky things," she said finally. "They show possible paths, not absolute destinies. If the prophecy says you have the power to defeat Voldemort, then yes, that power exists within you. But how and when you use it, that's your choice, Harry. Not Dumbledore's, not my father's, not even mine." She turned to face him directly, making sure he understood the importance of what she was saying. "I made you a promise when I became your guardian. I swore to protect you, to nurture your growth, and to honor your choices. Whatever path you take, whether it aligns with prophecies or defies them completely, I'll be right beside you. Not controlling, not deciding for you, but supporting you every step of the way." Harry's eyes shone with emotion in the fading light. "Even if I choose something different than what everyone expects?" "Especially then," Charlie said firmly. "Because the truly remarkable thing about prophecies is that they're often fulfilled in ways no one anticipates. Maybe your power isn't what Dumbledore or Voldemort or anyone else expects it to be. Maybe it's something uniquely yours." Harry considered this, a tentative hope kindling behind his worry. "Like my fire magic?" "Like your fire magic," Charlie agreed with a smile. "Like your compassion, your courage, your ability to love despite everything the Dursleys did to crush that in you. Those are powers too, Harry, maybe the most important ones of all." Their conversation was interrupted by the approach of Dumbledore, his robes shimmering slightly in the twilight as he made his way across the grounds toward them. "Miss Morningstar, welcome back," he greeted. "I trust your conversations in your realm were productive." "Very," Charlie replied, rising to her feet. "I've learned quite a lot about the situation from Hell's perspective. Some of which we should discuss privately." Dumbledore nodded, understanding her reluctance to delve into darker topics in front of Harry. "Perhaps after dinner?" The house elves have prepared quite a feast to celebrate young Harry's visit. Harry perked up at the mention of food. Despite the heavy revelations of the day, he was still a 7-year-old boy with a healthy appetite. "Can we have treacle tart again?" "It was amazing." "I believe that can be arranged," Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling. "It was your father's favorite as well, you know." As they walked back toward the castle, Harry between them, Charlie observed the easy way Dumbledore shared these small connections to Harry's parents. Whatever her reservations about the headmaster's past decisions, she had to acknowledge that he possessed knowledge and memories of James and Lily Potter that were precious to Harry. Perhaps their compromise could work after all, Charlie providing the unconditional love and protection Harry needed, Dumbledore offering connections to his wizarding heritage, both of them committed to giving him choices that his birth parents had been denied. As they entered the great hall with its enchanted ceiling now showing the first stars of evening, Harry's hand found Charlie's, the star marks on their wrists pulsing in synchrony. Whatever came next, a new home in France, wizarding education, the looming shadow of prophecy and dark wizards, they would face it together, bound not by blood but by choice and magic and a love that had bridged the gap between hell and earth to find a small boy in a cupboard under the stairs. Chapter 3, Prince of Two Realms, Focus, Harry. Feel the difference between wizard fire and hellfire. Let them dance together, don't force it. Harry squinted in concentration, sweat beading on his forehead as two different flames hovered above his palms. In his right hand, a normal golden-orange wizard fire crackled cheerfully. In his left, a deeper, more sinister crimson flame pulsed with otherworldly energy. Bringing his hands closer together, he tried to merge the flames without letting either overwhelm the other. For a brief, exhilarating moment, the fires swirled together in perfect harmony, a beautiful spiral of gold and crimson, before exploding with a loud pop that sent Harry tumbling backward onto the training room floor. "Damn it," he groaned, sitting up and rubbing his singed eyebrows. "I almost had it that time." Charlie helped him to his feet, trying not to laugh at his sooty face. "You did. That was definitely longer than yesterday. Your control is getting better." "But I still can't maintain the fusion," Harry complained, dusting ash from his clothes. At 8 years old, he'd grown several inches in the year since they'd moved to France, his previously skeletal frame filling out with proper nutrition and regular exercise. His lightning bolt scar remained, but it was no longer the most noticeable thing about him. That honor now belonged to his vibrant green eyes, alive with confidence that would have been unimaginable during his years with the Dursleys. "Wizard magic and hellfire aren't supposed to mix," Charlie reminded him. "The fact that you can bring them together at all is pretty extraordinary." Their training room occupied the basement of their modest villa in the wizarding community of Lumière-sur-Mer, a picturesque coastal settlement in southern France. The space was divided into specialized areas, one for traditional wizard magic practice with wands and spellbooks, another for Charlie's demonic teachings, and a meditation corner where Harry practiced the mental shielding techniques Dumbledore had taught him. "Can we try again?" Harry asked, already positioning himself in the center of the fireproof practice circle. "I think if I focus on the resonance between the flames instead of trying to control each one separately," a chime echoed through the villa, interrupting his train of thought. "That'll be Hermione," Charlie noted, checking the time. "We'll continue fire fusion practice tomorrow. Go clean up, you look like you've been wrestling with a chimney sweep." Harry dashed upstairs to wash his face, excitement replacing his earlier frustration. In the year since they'd settled in France, his friendship with Hermione Granger had become one of his greatest joys. The bushy-haired British girl had moved to the magical community 6 months ago when her parents, both Muggle dentists who had been astonished to learn of their daughter's magical abilities, accepted positions at a practice serving both magical and non-magical patients in nearby Nice. Unlike most wizard children, Hermione hadn't grown up knowing about magic. This shared experience of discovering the magical world later than most purebloods gave her and Harry an immediate connection, despite their different backgrounds. Her insatiable curiosity and Harry's practical approach to magic complemented each other perfectly. By the time Charlie answered the door, Harry had managed to remove most of the soot from his face, though his hair remained more chaotic than usual. "Hello, Ms. Morningstar." Hermione greeted politely, always formal during the first few minutes of a visit before relaxing into her natural enthusiasm. "Thank you for having me over again." "Always a pleasure, Hermione," Charlie smiled. Despite her demonic nature, which the Grangers had been remarkably accepting of after the initial shock, she had developed a genuine fondness for the brilliant young witch. "Harry's just finished his special training." Hermione's eyes lit up. "The fire fusion? Did it work this time?" "Almost," Harry called, bounding down the stairs. "Held it for nearly 10 seconds before it exploded." "That's 3 seconds longer than last week," Hermione noted, automatically cataloging his progress as she did with all information. "Have you tried adjusting the ratio of wizard fire to hellfire? Perhaps a 40 to 60 balance instead of 50 to 50 would create a more stable matrix." Charlie bit back a laugh. Hermione's analytical approach to magic sometimes made her sound more like a tiny professor than an 8-year-old girl. "We haven't tried that yet," Harry admitted. "Wanna help me figure it out tomorrow? Charlie says you can join training if your parents approve." "Really?" Hermione turned to Charlie with barely contained excitement. "I brought the permission form they signed." She pulled a neatly folded paper from her pocket, presenting it with the solemnity of someone handling a sacred document. Charlie accepted it with matching seriousness. "Then it's official. You're cleared for basic magical training, though not hellfire yet," she added quickly, seeing Hermione's eyes dart toward the basement door. "We'll start with fundamental energy manipulation and theory." Hermione could barely contain her delight. Unlike Harry, she wouldn't begin formal magical education until she turned 11 and received her Hogwarts letter, though her family's move to a wizarding community allowed for some preliminary instruction. The chance to learn alongside Harry, who had been receiving specialized tutoring for nearly a year, was a dream come true for the knowledge-hungry girl. "Can we show her the library update?" Harry asked Charlie, practically bouncing with excitement. "Professor Lupin sent those new books on defensive magic yesterday. Library first, then you two can play outside for a bit before dinner," Charlie agreed. "Hermione's parents are joining us, remember? They should be here around 6. The children dashed off toward Harry's favorite room in the house, a cozy library filled with books from both the wizarding and demon realms, carefully curated to be age-appropriate while still challenging enough to keep both brilliant minds engaged. Charlie watched them go with affection, marveling at how dramatically Harry's life had changed in just over a year. Their move to France had been the right decision. Here, away from the intense scrutiny of British wizarding society, Harry could develop his unique abilities without constant pressure from those who saw him only as the boy who lived. The smaller magical community accepted Charlie's guardianship with minimal fuss, particularly after Dumbledore himself vouched for the arrangement. The compromise they'd struck had evolved into something that genuinely served Harry's best interests. 3 days a week, he received instruction from wizarding tutors, primarily Remus Lupin, a gentleman who had been friends with Harry's parents and who possessed seemingly endless patience for Harry's questions. The other days were split between Charlie's lessons in controlled hellfire manipulation and integration into the local magical community through carefully supervised interactions with other children. Charlie moved to the kitchen to begin dinner preparations, using a combination of magic and traditional cooking methods. The Grangers were among the few adults who knew the full truth about Charlie's demonic nature and Harry's unique guardianship situation. Their matter-of-fact acceptance, Robert Granger had memorably responded, "Well, my daughter makes books fly around the room when she's excited, so I suppose a demon guardian isn't any stranger," had been refreshing after the wariness Charlie typically encountered from wizarding adults. As she chopped vegetables for the ratatouille, Charlie's thoughts turned to the upcoming meeting with Dumbledore. The Hogwarts headmaster visited quarterly to assess Harry's progress and discuss security concerns, which had thankfully remained theoretical rather than immediate during their year in France. Tomorrow's visit, however, promised to be more complicated given the recent reports of increased Death Eater activity in Britain. A shriek of laughter from the garden interrupted her musings. Through the window, she could see Harry demonstrating a minor levitation charm for Hermione, floating leaves in complex patterns while she tried to replicate the movement with her own nascent magical abilities. The simple joy on Harry's face, so different from the wary, haunted child she'd rescued from the cupboard under the stairs, reaffirmed every difficult choice she'd made. The star mark on Charlie's wrist pulsed warmly, resonating with the matching symbol on Harry's arm. Their guardian bond had strengthened over the past year, evolving into something deeper than either had anticipated. It wasn't quite parent-child, Charlie was too young in demonic terms for that dynamic, but something uniquely their own, a blend of mentor, protector, older sister, and friend. A sudden flare from the communication mirror on the counter pulled Charlie from her reflections. Vaggie's face appeared, her expression unusually tense. "Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt family time, but we have a situation," she said without preamble. "Two of your father's agents intercepted a group trying to breach the outer wards around Lumiere-sur-Mer about 20 minutes ago." Charlie's hand tightened around the knife she'd been using. "Death Eaters? Doesn't look like it. The magic signature is different, more ritualistic, less combat-oriented. They scattered when confronted, but left behind some items your father's people think you should see. Send them through," Charlie instructed, moving to the secure portal box they maintained for emergencies. Within moments, it glowed briefly, indicating an incoming transfer from Hell. Inside lay a small cloth bag containing what appeared to be ritual components, a silver dagger with unfamiliar runes, several vials of murky potions, and most disturbingly, a small vial of what looked suspiciously like blood. They were preparing for a locating ritual, Charlie murmured, examining the items without touching them. "Something designed to pierce through our protective wards by using blood as a focus." "That's our assessment too," Vaggie confirmed through the mirror. "The question is, whose blood is that, and how did they obtain it?" Charlie's mind raced through possibilities, none of them comforting. "Has Dumbledore been informed?" "Not yet. We thought you should decide how to handle that conversation." Charlie nodded, appreciating Vaggie's discretion. Her relationship with Dumbledore remained complex, a working partnership based on mutual concern for Harry's welfare, but underscored by fundamental differences in their visions for his future. "I'll tell him when he arrives tomorrow. In the meantime, have your contacts check if there's been any security breach at St. Mungo's or the French equivalent. If someone's obtained Harry's blood samples from medical records." "Already on it," Vaggie assured her. "Your father is also running tests to determine exactly whose blood it is. He'll contact you directly once they know." After disconnecting, Charlie enhanced the villa's protective enchantments, adding several layers of hell-derived wards that would detect blood magic specifically. The previously theoretical threats were becoming disturbingly concrete, and she would take no chances with Harry's safety. Glancing out at the children still playing happily in the garden, Charlie decided against alarming them immediately. Tonight would be normal, dinner with the Grangers, homework, Harry's nightly reading from his favorite book of magical creatures. Tomorrow, after Hermione went home and Dumbledore arrived, she would adjust their security protocols based on this new information. For now, she would let Harry enjoy one more evening of ordinary childhood, a gift she was increasingly unsure how long she could preserve. Dumbledore arrived precisely at noon the following day, operating to the designated arrival point just outside the villa's primary wards. His traditional wizard's robes had been exchanged for a more subdued ensemble that wouldn't attract undue attention in the mixed magical muggle region, though the twinkling stars embroidered on his deep blue jacket still marked him as someone with decidedly magical fashion sensibilities. Harry greeted him with the polite enthusiasm he reserved for adults he respected but remained slightly wary of, while Charlie welcomed him with the professional courtesy that characterized their working relationship. "Your garden is thriving, I see," Dumbledore observed as Harry led him on the obligatory tour of recent changes to the villa. "Those silver blossoms are particularly remarkable, not native to France, I believe." "Charlie brought the seeds from Hell," Harry explained proudly. "They're called midnight tears. They only bloom at dusk and dawn, and they can be used in potions that help with nightmares." He didn't add that they'd been planted specifically to help with his own occasional night terrors. Dumbledore would understand the implication. "Fascinating," the elderly wizard murmured, genuinely interested. The integration of hellborn flora into the human realm has rarely been documented. A paper for the herbologists, perhaps? Charlie smiled thinly. Perhaps when we're not concerned about keeping a low profile. After the tour concluded, Harry retreated to the library to work on the essay Professor Lupin had assigned on defensive magical theory, leaving the adults to their discussion in Charlie's office, a room heavily warded for private conversations. His progress continues to impress, Dumbledore began once privacy charms were activated. Remus reports that Harry's magical control is exceptional for his age, particularly in defensive spells. He works hard, Charlie acknowledged, though I'm concerned about balancing his education with allowing him to simply be a child. He takes everything so seriously, even play sometimes feels like training to him. A natural consequence of his circumstances, I fear, Dumbledore sighed. Though his friendship with Miss Granger appears to be drawing out a more carefree side of his nature. It has, Charlie agreed. Which is why I'm particularly concerned about the security breach yesterday. She showed Dumbledore the ritual components Vaggie had sent, explaining the attempted breach of their perimeter wards. The headmaster examined each item carefully, his expression growing increasingly grave. This is sophisticated magic, he noted, inspecting the rune dagger. Not the crude force typically employed by Death Eaters. These runes suggest a ritual designed for location and extraction, finding a specific target and creating a pathway to remove them through existing protections. A kidnapping attempt, not an attack, Charlie confirmed grimly. But that's not what concerns me most. She indicated the vial of blood. We're still confirming whose blood this is, but the obvious implication is that someone has obtained a sample of Harry's blood, Dumbledore finished. Which should be impossible given the precautions we've taken with his medical records. Charlie's eyes narrowed. Unless the sample came from a source we haven't secured. Someone who had access to Harry before I became his guardian. Understanding dawned on Dumbledore's face. The Dursleys. They're the obvious weak point, Charlie said. Muggles with a grudge, no magical protection of their own, and potential access to items with Harry's blood on them, bandages, clothing, who knows what else they might have kept. I will send someone to investigate immediately, Dumbledore promised. Though they've been rather uncooperative since Harry's departure. I imagine they would be, Charlie replied dryly. But this isn't about reconciliation. If someone magical has approached them seeking materials connected to Harry, we need to know. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. There's something else you should be aware of. There have been 3 attacks on Muggle-born wizarding families in Britain in the past month, subtle, non-lethal, but clearly targeted. The Ministry is keeping it quiet to avoid panic, but the pattern is concerning. Death Eaters? Almost certainly, though they've been careful to leave no magical signature we can trace. What troubles me most is the methodical nature of these incidents, test runs, perhaps, for something larger. Charlie absorbed this information, her concern deepening. Do you think Voldemort is directing these actions? Harry hasn't had any visions connecting to coordinated attacks. I believe these are initiatives by his followers, preparing for his return rather than acting on direct orders, Dumbledore theorized. Which suggests they have reason to believe such a return is imminent. The implications hung heavily between them. After a year of relative peace, the forces that had shattered Harry's infancy were stirring once more. We should consider moving again, Charlie said finally. Somewhere with even stronger protections. That may not be necessary yet, Dumbledore countered. Lumiere-sur-Mer has multiple layers of community-wide protections, and Harry has thrived here. Uprooting him again should be our last resort, not our first response. Charlie wasn't entirely convinced, but she recognized the wisdom in not overreacting. Harry's stability and happiness were priorities alongside his physical safety. Then we enhance what we have, she decided. More comprehensive wards, stricter protocols for visitors, and, she hesitated, knowing Dumbledore would object to her next suggestion, accelerated combat training for Harry. As expected, the headmaster frowned. He's only 8 years old, Charlie. I'm not suggesting we send him into battle, she clarified. But if someone breaches our defenses, he needs to know how to protect himself long enough for help to arrive. Basic defensive magic, escape strategies, emergency protocols. Dumbledore studied her for a long moment. You speak from experience. I grew up as Hell's princess, Charlie said simply. There were always those who saw me as a target, a way to hurt my father or gain advantage in Hell's hierarchy. I learned early that protection isn't just about walls and wards. It's about preparation. After considering her words, Dumbledore nodded slowly. A reasonable compromise. Though I would suggest focusing on evasion and escape rather than direct confrontation. Harry's natural instinct, I fear, will be to stand his ground. Like his parents, Charlie noted with a sad smile. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression softened with memory. James and Lily never retreated from danger, even when prudence might have dictated otherwise. It was both their greatest strength and their most vulnerable quality. Their discussion continued, touching on adjustments to Harry's education, enhanced security measures, and contingency plans should their current location be compromised. Throughout, Charlie was struck by the genuine concern Dumbledore showed for Harry as a child, not merely as the subject of prophecy, a marked evolution from their initial confrontations over his guardianship. As their meeting concluded, Charlie led Dumbledore back to the library where Harry was still working diligently on his essay, surrounded by stacks of books and parchment covered in his increasingly neat handwriting. How goes the academic pursuit, my boy? Dumbledore inquired cheerfully. Harry looked up, pushing his glasses back into place. I'm writing about why intent matters more than wand movement in defensive magic. Professor Lupin says I'm overthinking it, but I think there's evidence that emotional state directly impacts spell efficacy regardless of technical precision. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. A sophisticated theory for someone your age, Harry. Many adult wizards never grasp that fundamental truth about magic. Harry beamed at the praise, then asked hesitantly, Sir. Could I ask you something about my parents? Something specific? Of course, Dumbledore replied, settling into a chair nearby. Professor Lupin told me my dad and his friends became animagi while they were at Hogwarts, that they could transform into animals. Is that something I might be able to learn someday? The question caught both adults off guard. Animagus transformation was incredibly advanced magic, rarely attempted even by adult wizards. It's certainly possible, Dumbledore answered carefully. Your father had an extraordinary talent for transfiguration, which often indicates an aptitude for the animagus transformation. However, it's extremely complex magic requiring years of preparation and study. Not something for right now, Charlie added, seeing the determined gleam in Harry's eye that usually preceded an obsessive dive into a new magical challenge. But not impossible for the future, Harry pressed. Not impossible at all, Dumbledore agreed with a small smile. Though perhaps a project for your Hogwarts years rather than immediate pursuit. This compromise seemed to satisfy Harry, who returned to his essay with renewed enthusiasm, occasionally glancing at a book about magical transformation he'd clearly been referencing before their interruption. As Charlie walked Dumbledore to the apparition point after lunch, the headmaster's expression turned serious once more. There's something we didn't discuss in front of Harry, he said quietly. The blood vial concerns me greatly. Blood has powerful magical properties beyond simple tracking. It can be used to bypass certain protections, to create magical connections, even to influence the person from whom it was taken. I'm aware, Charlie replied, her jaw tightening. My father's researchers are determining exactly what ritual was being attempted. Once we know, we can counter it specifically. Dumbledore nodded. I would appreciate being kept informed. And Charlie. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. If more aggressive protection becomes necessary, I hope you'll consider allowing Harry to temporarily relocate to Hogwarts. The castle's defenses are impressive but not infallible, Charlie interrupted. And while I respect your offer, I won't separate from Harry unless absolutely necessary. Our bond isn't just emotional, it provides actual magical protection that distance would weaken. The headmaster accepted this with a graceful incline of his head. A reasonable position. Then let us hope our enhanced precautions prove sufficient. After Dumbledore's departure, Charlie returned to find Harry still in the library, though he'd set aside his essay in favor of the Animagus book. "That's pretty advanced reading," she observed, sitting beside him. Harry looked up with that particular intensity he got when a new magical concept captured his imagination. "If my dad could do it as a student, I want to at least understand how it works. I know I can't try it yet," he added quickly, seeing her expression. "But learning the theory doesn't hurt, right?" "Right," Charlie agreed with a smile. "Just remember to finish Professor Lupin's essay before you dive too deep into new topics." Harry nodded, then asked the question she'd been expecting since Dumbledore's arrival. "Something happened yesterday, didn't it? Something you and Professor Dumbledore were worried about?" Charlie considered deflecting but quickly abandoned the thought. Their relationship was built on age-appropriate honesty, and Harry had an uncanny ability to detect when adults were hiding things from him, a skill honed during his years with the Dursleys. "Yes," she admitted. "There was an attempt to breach the outer protective wards around the village. Not a direct attack," she added, seeing alarm flash across his face, "more like someone testing our defenses, looking for weaknesses." "Death Eaters?" "We don't think so. The magic was different, more ritualistic." Harry processed this with remarkable composure. "That's why you added extra wards last night." "I felt them go up while I was reading before bed." Sometimes Charlie forgot how magically sensitive Harry had become. The star mark on his wrist had enhanced his natural awareness, allowing him to detect magical changes in his environment with surprising accuracy. "Yes," she confirmed. "Just additional precautions. Dumbledore and I agreed that we're safe here with the enhanced protections, but we'll be implementing some additional security measures." "Like what?" "More comprehensive identification charms for visitors, stronger anti-transportation wards to prevent unauthorized portkeys or apparition, and—" She hesitated, "some additional training for you in emergency defensive magic." Harry straightened, eyes lighting with interest. "Really? Like dueling spells?" "More like escape and evasion techniques," Charlie clarified. "Ways to buy time if you're ever in danger and I'm not immediately present." "Because someone's looking for me specifically," Harry guessed, too perceptive for Charlie's comfort. "It's a precaution, that's all," she said, not quite answering directly. "The same way we practice fire safety drills even though we don't expect the house to burn down." Harry nodded, accepting this explanation though Charlie suspected he understood more than he let on. After a moment, he asked, "Does this mean I can't play with Hermione tomorrow?" "No, you still can," Charlie assured him. "The Grangers are cleared through all our security measures, and I've added their home to our emergency safe location list. We're not going to let fear stop us from living our lives, Harry. We're just going to be a little more careful about how we do it." Relief washed over his face. "Good, because we're supposed to work on our astronomy project together. Her dad got us a real telescope that actually works without magic." Charlie smiled, grateful for his resilience. "Then that's still the plan. Now, how about we take a break from studying and go into the village for ice cream? I think we could both use a treat." Harry needed no further encouragement, the conversation about security temporarily forgotten in favor of more immediate 8-year-old priorities. As they walked hand in hand toward the village center, Charlie maintained a watchful awareness of their surroundings while ensuring Harry didn't notice her vigilance. The attempted breach was concerning, but not enough to justify disrupting the normal childhood she'd worked so hard to provide. Balance, between protection and freedom, between preparation and innocence, remained her greatest challenge in raising Harry. For now, at least, she would err on the side of normalcy while quietly strengthening the shields around their life together. 3 days later, Harry and Hermione sat cross-legged in the villa's garden, surrounded by books, notes, and a detailed star chart they were creating for their joint astronomy project. Despite Charlie's concerns following the security breach, routine had quickly reasserted itself: tutoring sessions, playdates, magical practice, and the ordinary rhythms of childhood that both Harry and Charlie had come to treasure. If we connect these stars here, Hermione was explaining, drawing careful lines on their chart, we can see Canis Major, the dog constellation. It contains Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. Sirius, Harry repeated, the name triggering a fuzzy memory. I think Professor Lupin mentioned that name once, but not about stars. Hermione looked intrigued. Really? What did he say? I can't remember exactly, Harry frowned, trying to recall the context. It was when he was telling stories about my dad at Hogwarts. Something about a group of friends with nicknames. Before Hermione could respond, a sudden pressure change made both children's ears pop. The air around the villa shimmered briefly, indicating that something had triggered one of the outer protective wards. Harry was immediately on alert, remembering Charlie's security briefing the previous day. That's the identification ward, he said quietly, placing himself slightly in front of Hermione in a protective gesture that would have made Charlie proud. What does that mean? Hermione whispered, her eyes wide. Someone magical is approaching who isn't on our approved list, Harry explained, eyes scanning the garden perimeter. We should go inside and find Charlie. They gathered their materials quickly, moving toward the house with the practiced efficiency of children who had rehearsed emergency procedures. Before they reached the back door, however, the air several yards away distorted in a familiar pattern, the distinctive ripple of a hell portal opening. Harry relaxed slightly, recognizing the magical signature. It's okay, he told Hermione. It's coming from hell, not from outside attackers. The portal stabilized, and a figure stepped through that made Harry freeze in place. Tall, elegantly dressed in a white suit with golden accents, with a perpetual smile that somehow conveyed both charm and danger, Lucifer Morningstar had arrived unannounced at their home. Grandfather? Harry blurted in surprise, using the term he and Charlie had agreed upon for formal situations, though he rarely had occasion to use it given the infrequency of Lucifer's direct involvement in their lives. Lucifer's eyebrows rose in apparent delight at the address. Well. Isn't that charming? Yes indeed, young Harry, your grandfather has decided a personal visit was overdue. His mismatched eyes shifted to Hermione, who stood frozen beside Harry. And who might this be? You didn't mention your playmate in our communications, my boy. Before Harry could answer, Charlie burst through the back door, clearly alerted by her own wards to her father's unexpected arrival. Dad! What are you doing here? Her tone carried equal parts surprise and wariness. Can't a father drop in to see his daughter and honorary grandson without an interrogation? Lucifer replied with exaggerated hurt. Particularly when said grandson might be the target of increasingly concerning magical rituals. Charlie's expression tightened. Harry, please take Hermione inside and call her parents. Tell them there's been a change of plans and they should come collect her early. Harry hesitated, torn between curiosity about Lucifer's visit and concern for Hermione, who was staring at Lucifer with a mixture of academic fascination and instinctive caution. It's fine, Hermione whispered, tugging at Harry's sleeve. My parents explained about your family situation. I'll come back tomorrow if it's okay. Harry nodded gratefully, appreciating her understanding. As they moved toward the door, Lucifer called after them. No need to rush off on my account, little witch. I'm quite fascinated by my daughter's integration into this quaint magical community. Perhaps we could all have tea together. Dad, Charlie warned, stepping between him and the children. This isn't a social call, is it? Lucifer's smile dimmed slightly. No, I suppose it isn't. Very well, send the young lady home and then we'll talk. But do introduce us properly first, I insist. Charlie sighed but complied, knowing her father well enough to recognize when he wouldn't be deterred. Dad, this is Hermione Granger, Harry's friend and a brilliant young witch in her own right. Hermione, this is my father, Lucifer Morningstar. To Charlie's surprise, Hermione stepped forward with remarkable composure and executed a perfect formal curtsy. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Morningstar. Harry has told me about Hell's royal family and your role as its ruler." Lucifer appeared genuinely charmed by her formal address. "Well. Manners and intelligence. A refreshing combination in one so young. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Granger." After this brief exchange, Charlie firmly escorted the children inside, instructing Harry to call the Grangers while she returned to deal with her father. In the kitchen, as Harry reached for the communication mirror, Hermione finally let her carefully maintained composure slip. "That's actually the Lucifer," she whispered, eyes wide. "The real one? From the Bible and everything?" Harry nodded, amused by her reaction despite his own concerns about the unexpected visit. "Yeah, but he's not exactly like the stories. He's more, I don't know, dramatic. Charlie says he loves making an entrance and shocking people. But he's really the devil. He prefers King of Hell," Harry explained, repeating what Charlie had taught him about proper supernatural etiquette. "The whole devil thing has a lot of inaccurate human interpretations attached to it." Hermione absorbed this with the same intense concentration she applied to particularly complex spell theory. "And he's technically your grandfather now? Because of your guardian bond with Charlie?" "In cosmic magic terms, yeah," Harry confirmed, activating the communication mirror to call Hermione's parents. "It's complicated. He doesn't visit much, usually just sends messages through Charlie or his representatives. Something important must have happened for him to come personally." After arranging for the Grangers to collect Hermione, Harry escorted her to the front room to wait, both children stealing glances through the window to where Charlie and Lucifer were engaged in what appeared to be an increasingly intense discussion in the garden. "Will you tell me what happens?" Hermione asked as they spotted her parents' car approaching. "About why he came, I mean." "As much as I'm allowed to," Harry promised. "Some hell stuff is secret, but Charlie believes in telling me the truth about things that affect me directly." Hermione nodded, satisfied with this answer. After a quick goodbye and promises to reschedule their project work, Harry found himself alone in the house, torn between respecting Charlie's implicit instruction to wait inside and his burning curiosity about Lucifer's visit. Curiosity won out. He moved to the kitchen window that offered the best view of the garden without being obvious, straining to hear the conversation. Their voices carried partially through the open window, fragments of discussion reaching his ears. Confirmation that it was indeed Harry's blood in the vial, Lucifer was saying, his usually theatrical voice unnaturally serious. "Obtained approximately 6 years ago, according to the magical residue analysis." "From the Dursleys?" Charlie asked, confirming Harry's suspicion about their earlier discussion with Dumbledore. "Indirectly. It appears someone magically compelled Vernon Dursley's sister, Marge, I believe, to provide items from her visits to the household. Clothing with traces of blood from what my sources indicate were training accidents involving her dogs." Harry flinched involuntarily, memories surfacing of Aunt Marge's visits during his time at Privet Drive, her vicious dog Ripper that she had encouraged to chase him up a tree, leading to scratches and injuries that the Dursleys had dismissed as deserved punishment for provoking the animal. "The ritual components we intercepted," Charlie continued, "what exactly were they designed to do?" "Something rather insidious," Lucifer replied. "Not a simple tracking spell as we first assumed, but a complex magical binding designed to gradually weaken the subject's connection to protective enchantments. Had it been completed successfully, it would have created a vulnerability in your guardian bond over time, not breaking it, but creating a back door through which other spells could be channeled." Charlie's posture stiffened visibly. "Who would have that kind of magical knowledge? This goes beyond standard Death Eater tactics." "Indeed," Lucifer agreed. "Which is why I came personally rather than sending a messenger. This ritual bears hallmarks of very old magic, the kind typically guarded by the Department of Mysteries." "The unspeakables again," Charlie muttered. Dumbledore suspected they had their own agenda regarding Harry, separate from the Ministry's official position. Lucifer nodded. They study prophecies as physical entities, believing they represent fixed points of destiny. Your intervention with Harry disrupted what they consider the natural fulfillment of prophecy. From their perspective, he needs to be returned to his prophesied path. Regardless of what that means for him as a person, Charlie said bitterly. Precisely. Cosmic machinery over individual choice, a philosophy Hell has always found rather ironic coming from humans so obsessed with free will in other contexts. Harry leaned closer to the window, fascinated and disturbed by the implications. Were there people in the wizarding government who wanted to control his life to fulfill a prophecy? Would they try to separate him from Charlie to achieve that goal? There's more, Lucifer continued, his voice dropping so low that Harry had to strain to hear. The ritual components included elements designed to enhance connections between soul fragments. Whoever designed this wasn't just trying to locate Harry or weaken his protections, they were attempting to strengthen the connection between him and Voldemort's soul piece. Charlie's sharp intake of breath was audible even from Harry's position. To what end? Why would anyone want to strengthen that connection? That, Lucifer said gravely, is the question that prompted my personal visit. The only logical conclusion is that someone is attempting to use Harry as a conduit, either to draw power from Voldemort's fragment or, more concerning, to create a channel through which Voldemort himself might exert greater influence. Harry felt suddenly cold despite the warm summer air. The soul fragment attached to him, the parasitic piece of Voldemort that Charlie had explained with gentle honesty after her first visit to Hell, was already responsible for his occasional visions and nightmares. The idea that someone wanted to strengthen that connection, to potentially give Voldemort more access to his mind. He must have made some small noise of distress, because Charlie's head suddenly turned toward the kitchen window, her eyes finding his with unerring accuracy. Instead of anger at his eavesdropping, her expression showed only concern and understanding. Harry, she called gently. You might as well join us if you're listening. This concerns you directly. Sheepishly, Harry made his way outside to where Charlie and Lucifer stood. To his surprise, Charlie placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder rather than scolding him for spying. How much did you hear? She asked. Most of it, I think, Harry admitted. Someone's trying to use the soul fragment to connect me more strongly to Voldemort. Lucifer studied him with unnerving intensity. Remarkable composure for a child your age. Though I suppose anyone raised by my daughter would develop a certain resilience to disturbing revelations. Harry understands more than most adults give him credit for, Charlie said, squeezing his shoulder supportively. We've always been honest with him about the fragment and what it means. Lucifer nodded approvingly. A wise approach. Ignorance is rarely protection, despite what Dumbledore might believe about childhood innocence. He turned his attention fully to Harry. What do you understand about your connection to Voldemort, young man? Harry met the King of Hell's gaze directly, summoning the confidence Charlie had been nurturing in him for over a year. I know that when he tried to kill me, a piece of his already damaged soul attached to mine. It's why I can sometimes see through his eyes in dreams or feel what he's feeling. Charlie and I have been working on mental shielding to keep him from seeing through me the same way. Very good, Lucifer nodded. And what do you know about prophecies? That they show possible futures, not definite ones, Harry recited, remembering Charlie's careful explanations. That they're often fulfilled in unexpected ways, and that choices matter more than predetermined paths. My daughter's influence is evident, Lucifer remarked with a small smile. Though I might add that prophecies, while not absolute, do carry a certain, magical momentum. They exert pressure on reality to fulfill themselves, like water seeking the path of least resistance. Harry considered this new information. So the Department of Mysteries people, they think I need to follow the exact path the prophecy laid out? That I have to face Voldemort the way they think the prophecy means? Essentially, yes, Lucifer confirmed. They view prophecies as sacred texts to be interpreted literally rather than metaphorically. Your deviation from what they consider your destined path, largely through Charlie's intervention, represents a disruption they feel compelled to correct. But why would they want to make my connection to Voldemort stronger? Wouldn't that help him, not defeat him? Charlie and Lucifer exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. That, Charlie said carefully, is what concerns us most. The ritual component suggests someone believes the connection itself is essential to the prophecy's fulfillment, that your link to Voldemort is somehow key to his eventual defeat. Or, Lucifer added more ominously, that someone with access to Department of Mysteries resources has a very different agenda than their colleagues, perhaps a hidden allegiance to Voldemort himself. The implications hung heavily in the summer air. After a moment of contemplation, Harry asked the practical question that always characterized his approach to problems: what do we do now? Charlie smiled at his directness. First, we enhance our protections further. Your grandfather, the term still felt slightly awkward on her tongue, has brought additional warding components that will specifically guard against blood magic and soul-targeting spells. Second, Lucifer continued, we accelerate your training in mental shielding beyond what Dumbledore has taught you. Hell has techniques for protecting against soul influences that wizards have never developed, precisely because demons must constantly guard their essence in our realm. Harry nodded, accepting these security measures without protest. Then he asked the question that had been forming since he first overheard their conversation: does this mean we have to leave France? Find a new home again? Charlie knelt to his eye level, understanding the real concern behind his question: leaving his friend Hermione, the community he'd grown comfortable in, the stability he'd finally found. Not immediately, she assured him. We're going to strengthen our protections here first and reassess. This is your home, Harry. We won't abandon it unless absolutely necessary. Relief washed over his face, quickly followed by determination. I want to help with the new protections. And learn the hell techniques for mental shielding. If someone's trying to use the soul fragment against me, I need to be ready. Lucifer looked genuinely impressed. The boy has spirit, Charlie. A proper prince of two realms, indeed. For once, Charlie didn't object to her father's grandiose characterization. Harry had indeed grown into a remarkable blend of human resilience and demonic determination, a child of both worlds who faced cosmic challenges with surprising grace. We'll begin immediately, she decided. Dad, how long can you stay? A few hours at most, Lucifer replied. Hell doesn't run itself, unfortunately, despite my excellent delegation skills. But I've brought materials for the enhanced wards that you can implement over the coming days, and instructions for the mental shielding techniques suitable for a human mind. Harry's expression brightened at the prospect of learning new magical defenses. Will I get to use hellfire in the wards? Charlie's been teaching me how to blend it with wizard fire. Lucifer's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. Has she indeed? And you've managed to create a stable fusion? Almost, Harry admitted. 10 seconds before it explodes, currently. Remarkable, Lucifer murmured, shooting Charlie an impressed look. Few full-grown demons can blend hellfire with other magical energies. The applications for such a talent could be significant. Charlie recognized the calculating gleam in her father's eye, the same expression he wore when identifying potential assets for Hell's operations. Dad, she warned. Harry's magical education is for his protection and development, not for strategic advantage. Can't it be both? Lucifer countered innocently. The boy has extraordinary potential, Charlie. Denying that won't make it disappear. Before the discussion could evolve into a familiar argument about Hell's interest in Harry's abilities, a notification chime sounded from inside the villa, the alert for an incoming call on the secure communication mirror. That's probably Vaggie with an update on the Dursley investigation, Charlie said, gesturing for Harry to check. She was tracking down exactly how Marge Dursley was manipulated into providing Harry's blood samples. As Harry went inside, Lucifer's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. You've done well with him, Charlie. Better than I expected, if I'm being honest. Charlie blinked at the rare, straightforward compliment from her father. Thank you. He trusts you completely, Lucifer continued. Yet you haven't sheltered him from difficult truths. It's a delicate balance few parents, or guardians, manage to achieve. I've just treated him how I wished I'd been treated at his age, Charlie replied simply. With honesty and respect, but also protection appropriate to his development. Lucifer's expression suggested he recognized the subtle criticism of his own parenting approach, but he merely smiled. Different realms, different methods. Though I can't argue with your results. His smile faded. You should know, however, that the situation is more precarious than I've indicated in front of the boy. The attempted blood ritual wasn't isolated, there have been similar attempts detected near other locations connected to Harry's past. Godric's Hollow? Charlie guessed, naming the village where Harry's parents had been killed. Yes, and the Potter family vault at Gringotts. Someone is systematically targeting locations with magical connections to Harry, attempting to establish a network of linked access points. For what purpose? My analysts believe they're attempting to create a magical triangle, 3 points of connection that, when activated simultaneously, could potentially override all protective enchantments, including your guardian bond. Charlie felt cold despite the warm day. Is that even possible? Theoretically, Lucifer admitted. Though it would require power and knowledge beyond most living wizards. The concerning part is that the magical signatures at each location were different, suggesting coordination between multiple powerful magical practitioners. A conspiracy, Charlie murmured. Not just rogue unspeakables or isolated Death Eaters. Precisely. Lucifer adjusted his immaculate cuffs. Which is why I've taken the liberty of assigning additional protection beyond what I previously mentioned. Alastair has been monitoring the situation from a distance, but I'm stationing him closer now, within immediate response range should an emergency arise. Charlie started to object to this escalation without her consultation, but Harry burst back through the door before she could respond, his expression urgent. It wasn't Vaggie, he said breathlessly. It was Professor Lupin. There's been an attack at Hogwarts, someone broke into the restricted section of the library and stole books related to soul magic. Professor Dumbledore is calling an emergency meeting of the Order. He wants us to come immediately. Charlie and Lucifer exchanged alarmed glances. The timing couldn't be coincidence, a coordinated effort targeting multiple locations connected to Harry and Voldemort simultaneously. A triangulation, Lucifer murmured. Here, Hogwarts, and I suspect we'll soon hear of a third location. As if summoned by his words, the communication mirror chimed again. This time it was Vaggie, her expression grim. Charlie, we have a situation. There's been a break-in at the Department of Mysteries, specifically the Hall of Prophecy. The target was the prophecy orb connecting Harry and Voldemort. The pieces aligned with disturbing clarity. Someone was systematically gathering components needed for a major magical working, blood for connection, books for methodology, and the prophecy itself for power. We need to move now, Charlie decided. Dad, can you secure the villa while we're gone? Additional wards, whatever protection you can provide. Lucifer nodded. Consider it done. I'll also alert our agents to monitor the situation at the Department of Mysteries. The wizarding authorities are notoriously close-mouthed about breaches in their most secret department. Harry, who had been listening intently to this exchange, asked the practical question, how are we getting to Hogwarts? Portkey. No, Charlie replied, already moving to gather emergency supplies. No traceable magical transport. We'll use a hell portal directly to the castle grounds, specifically to the location Dumbledore designated for our emergency arrivals. Within 15 minutes, they were prepared for departure. Charlie had packed a small bag with essential magical components, protective amulets, and emergency supplies. Harry had changed into more practical clothing and retrieved his emergency kit, a small backpack containing his wand, technically illegal for an underage wizard, but Dumbledore had made an exception given Harry's unique circumstances, basic potions, and a communication mirror keyed to Charlie's. Remember your training, Charlie instructed as she prepared to open the portal. Stay close to me, observe before acting, and if we get separated, find a secure location, activate my emergency beacon, and wait for your signal," Harry recited dutifully. "I remember." Lucifer watched their preparations with an unreadable expression. Just before Charlie opened the portal, he stepped forward and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, an uncharacteristically direct gesture from the normally theatrical demon. "A word of advice, young prince," he said seriously. "In moments of true danger, trust the instincts that emerge from your connection to Charlie. The guardian bond gives you access to certain qualities that might prove useful in a crisis." Harry nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of Lucifer's tone if not the specific implications of his words. "Thank you, sir." Charlie opened the portal with a complex gesture, creating a swirling doorway that glowed with an unsettling mixture of crimson and gold energies, the blend of hellish and wizard magic that characterized their unique bond. "I'll maintain the villa's security until your return," Lucifer promised as they prepared to step through. "And Charlie? Remember what we discussed about redemption magic. The time for theoretical exploration may be coming to an end." With that cryptic reminder, Charlie led Harry through the portal, leaving the safety of their home for the uncertain dangers awaiting them at Hogwarts. They emerged on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, near Hagrid's hut but hidden from casual observation by a stand of ancient oak trees. The castle loomed above them, apparently peaceful in the late afternoon sun, giving no external indication of the security breach Harry had reported. "Stay close," Charlie murmured, scanning their surroundings with senses that extended beyond the merely physical. "Something feels wrong." Harry nodded, feeling it too, a subtle wrongness in the magical atmosphere that made the hair on his arms stand up. The star mark on his wrist pulsed with warning, responding to Charlie's heightened alertness. They made their way cautiously toward the castle, keeping to the tree line until they reached the agreed-upon entrance, a small side door near the greenhouses that Dumbledore had connected to their magical signatures for emergency access. Just as they reached the door, Charlie froze, pulling Harry behind her with supernatural speed. A fraction of a second later, a jet of red light, a stunning spell, shot past exactly where they had been standing. "Well, well," called a cold, aristocratic voice from the shadows of the greenhouse. "The demon princess and her pet wizard. How convenient that you responded so promptly to our little diversion." A tall figure stepped into view, platinum blonde hair, expensive robes, and a face set in aristocratic disdain that Harry recognized from descriptions in the wizarding newspapers Charlie had begun sharing with him to familiarize him with key political figures. Lucius Malfoy, Charlie identified, keeping Harry securely behind her. "I was under the impression you'd convinced the wizarding world of your reformed status after Voldemort's fall." Malfoy's lip curled in a sneer. "Circumstances change. Allegiances, adapt." He raised his wand, not pointing it directly at them but maintaining a clear threat. "The boy needs to come with me. Certain parties have invested considerable resources in locating him." "Not happening," Charlie replied, her eyes beginning to glow with hellish light. "Whatever you and your associates are planning with the blood ritual, the soul books, and the prophecy orb, it stops now." Something flickered across Malfoy's face, surprise, quickly masked. "You're better informed than anticipated. Nevertheless, the outcome remains inevitable." He gestured subtly, and Harry sensed movement in the peripheral spaces around them, more wizards, hidden but present. "We're surrounded," he whispered to Charlie, feeling rather than seeing the additional threats. "I know," she murmured back. "Get ready to run on my signal, straight to the castle door. Don't stop for anything. But, trust me, Harry." Malfoy stepped forward, apparently interpreting their whispered conference as surrender. "A wise decision. The boy will not be harmed if he cooperates. My associates merely require his presence for a specific ritual. Afterward, he may even be returned to your unusual guardianship." Charlie's laugh was unervingly reminiscent of her father's, cold and knowing, with an edge that promised consequences. "You really don't understand who you're dealing with, do you, Lucius? I'm not just some random guardian the boy was assigned to. I'm Hell's princess, and Harry is under the protection of the Morningstar bloodline." As she spoke, the air around them began to heat noticeably, the grass at their feet browning and curling from proximity to Charlie's slowly manifesting power. Her normally blonde hair began to take on a reddish glow, and small horns emerged from her forehead. Malfoy's confident expression faltered slightly. "Demonic tricks won't save you from wizarding justice. The boy belongs in our world, under proper guidance." "The prophecy doesn't demand anything," Harry interrupted, stepping partially out from behind Charlie despite her protective stance. "It's just a possible future, not a prison sentence." Malfoy's cold eyes fixed on Harry with new interest. "Articulate for a child. But mistaken nonetheless. Prophecies are the backbone of fate itself, cosmic certainties that must be fulfilled. Your guardian has filled your head with dangerous misconceptions." Enough talking, Charlie decided, her transformation progressing as her patience waned. "Harry, get ready." In a sudden move that caught even Harry by surprise, Charlie slammed her foot into the ground, channeling hellfire through the earth itself. A circle of flame erupted around them, expanding outward in a controlled wave that forced Malfoy and his hidden companions to retreat or be burned. "Now," she shouted. Harry sprinted for the castle door, focusing on the magical signature recognition that would allow him entry. Behind him, he heard shouts and the distinctive sounds of spellfire as Charlie engaged their attackers, buying him time to reach safety. He was mere feet from the door when a spell struck the ground before him, sending him tumbling sideways to avoid the blast. Rolling back to his feet with the agility Charlie had drilled into him through countless practice sessions, he found himself facing a witch he didn't recognize, dark-haired, heavy-lidded, with a fanatical gleam in her eyes that sent chills down his spine. "Hello, baby Potter," she crooned, her voice a disturbing sing-song. "Auntie Bellatrix has been so looking forward to meeting you." Bellatrix Lestrange, one of Voldemort's most notorious followers, supposedly imprisoned in Azkaban. Yet here she stood, blocking his path to safety, her wand aimed directly at his heart. Harry's mind raced through his options, Charlie's training taking over despite his fear. Direct confrontation was suicide against an adult Dark Witch of Bellatrix's caliber. Retreat would take him back toward the other attackers. His best chance was distraction followed by evasion. "Not what I expected," he said, deliberately casual as he subtly shifted his weight to ready himself for movement. "The newspapers said you were Voldemort's most dangerous follower. But here you are, chasing children instead of doing anything actually impressive." Rage flashed across Bellatrix's face at his deliberate disrespect of both her and her master. "You dare speak his name? You filthy half-blood." She raised her wand, fury overriding caution. Crucio. Harry was already moving, diving to the side as the unforgivable curse blasted past him. He rolled behind a decorative stone planter, heart pounding but mind clear. From his position, he could see Charlie still engaging multiple attackers near the greenhouse, her demonic abilities giving her a significant advantage despite being outnumbered. "Running and hiding?" Bellatrix taunted, stalking closer to his position. "Just like your mudblood mother tried to do. We both know how that ended, don't we?" The taunt about his mother sent a surge of anger through Harry, but he channeled it as Charlie had taught him, not allowing emotion to override strategy but using it to fuel his magic instead. As Bellatrix rounded the planter, wand raised for another attack, Harry acted. Drawing on the techniques Charlie had been teaching him for months, he summoned wizard fire to his right hand while simultaneously calling a flicker of hellfire to his left, not attempting to merge them as he did in practice, but using them as separate tools. "Incendio," he shouted, using the standard wizard incantation to disguise what he was actually doing. Instead of a normal fire spell, he released both types of flames simultaneously, the wizard fire shooting forward as a conventional attack that Bellatrix easily deflected, while the hellfire he directed low across the ground, invisible until it ignited the hem of her robes. Bellatrix shrieked in surprise as crimson flames unexpectedly crawled up her clothing, resistant to the standard aguamenti she cast to extinguish them. The momentary distraction was all Harry needed. He bolted toward the castle door, slapping his palm against the wood and feeling the satisfying click as Dumbledore's enchantments recognized his magical signature. Just as he slipped inside, a hand grabbed his shoulder, not attacking, but supportive. Charlie had disengaged from her own battle to ensure his safety, her partially transformed appearance both terrifying and reassuring. "Good work," she panted, pulling him deeper into the castle as the door sealed itself behind them. That was quick thinking with the dual flame distraction. "Is that really Bellatrix Lestrange?" Harry asked as they hurried through the corridors toward Dumbledore's office. "I thought she was in prison." "Apparently there's been a breakout they haven't publicized," Charlie replied grimly. "Which explains where Malfoy got the manpower for this operation. The question is why Dumbledore didn't warn us if he knew Death Eaters had escaped Azkaban." "Maybe he didn't know either," Harry suggested, keeping pace with Charlie's rapid strides. "The message from Professor Lupin just mentioned a break-in at the library, nothing about escaped prisoners." Charlie's expression darkened. "Which means we were deliberately lured here. The break-in was staged to draw us out of our protected home. But why bring us to Hogwarts? Isn't it heavily protected too?" "Yes, but..." Charlie broke off as they rounded a corner and nearly collided with a group of people hurrying in the opposite direction, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and several Order members Harry recognized from previous meetings. "Charlie! Harry!" Dumbledore exclaimed, genuine shock registering on his face. "What are you doing here? We received no notification of your arrival." Charlie stared at him in confusion. "We came in response to the emergency message, the break-in at the library, the stolen books on soul magic. Professor Lupin contacted us through the emergency mirror." "I sent no such message," Lupin said, stepping forward from the group, his scarred face creased with concern. "The communication mirrors have been locked in my quarters all day while I assisted with the 7th-year examinations." A chill ran down Harry's spine as the implications became clear. It was a trap. Someone impersonated Professor Lupin to get us to leave home. "Death Eaters," Charlie added grimly. "Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange are outside the greenhouse entrance right now with at least 4 others." Dumbledore's expression shifted from confusion to decisive action in an instant. "Minerva, alert the Aurors. Remus, Alastair, secure the perimeter. The rest of you, defensive positions according to Protocol 3. As the group dispersed to follow his instructions, Dumbledore turned back to Charlie and Harry. "How did you enter the grounds?" "The emergency access point you established for us," Charlie explained. "The door near the greenhouses. Which I specifically warded to recognize only your magical signatures," Dumbledore said slowly. "Meaning the Death Eaters didn't just lure you here, they knew exactly where you would arrive." "A traitor in the Order," Charlie concluded grimly. "Someone with knowledge of our emergency protocols." Before Dumbledore could respond, a strange tremor ran through the castle, not a physical shaking, but a magical disturbance that made the portraits on the walls shudder in their frames. "The wards," Dumbledore murmured, his expression grave. "Someone is attempting to modify the castle's protections from within." The library break-in, Harry realized. What if it wasn't about stealing books on soul magic? What if it was about planting something in the castle, something that could affect the wards from inside where they're more vulnerable? Dumbledore looked at Harry with new appreciation. A perceptive deduction. The castle's defenses are indeed strongest against external threats and more vulnerable to manipulation from within established boundaries. "We need to find whatever they planted," Charlie said urgently. "If they're trying to modify the wards, it could be to allow more Death Eaters inside, or to trap us here, or, to create the third point in their triangulation," Harry interrupted, remembering Lucifer's theory. "Blood from my past, books on soul magic, and now Hogwarts itself, 3 points of magical significance connected to me and Voldemort." Both adults stared at him, momentarily surprised by his insight. "Of course," Dumbledore breathed. "A ritual trinity. Blood for essence, knowledge for method, and location for power, the 3 fundamental components of ancient binding magic." We need to split up, Charlie decided. Harry, go with Dumbledore to secure whatever's been planted in the library. I'll help the others deal with the Death Eaters outside. Harry started to protest the separation, but a surge of pain in his scar, sharper than he'd experienced in months, cut off his objection. He gasped, pressing his palm against his forehead as images flashed through his mind, a dark corridor, a hidden chamber, a ghostly blue light pulsing in rhythm with his own heartbeat. Harry. Charlie was instantly at his side, concern evident in her voice. He knows, Harry managed through gritted teeth. Voldemort, he's aware of what's happening. I can feel his excitement. This is what he's been waiting for. Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly grave. The connection between you is strengthening. The ritual must be partially activated already. Then we have to find what they planted and destroy it, Charlie said firmly. Harry, can you tell anything specific from what you're seeing? Any clues about where in the castle this is happening? Harry closed his eyes, reluctantly opening himself to the vision instead of blocking it as he'd been taught. The pain intensified, but the images became clearer: stone walls with distinctive carvings, torch brackets shaped like serpents, a door with a circular pattern of runes. It's not in the library, he said with certainty. It's somewhere below, somewhere old. There are snake carvings on the walls. Dumbledore paled visibly. The Chamber of Secrets. But that's impossible, it can only be opened by a Parselmouth, Harry finished, the knowledge coming to him through the unwelcome connection. Someone who speaks snake language. Like Voldemort. Like. He hesitated, an uncomfortable suspicion forming. Like you, Charlie said quietly, confirming what she'd suspected since Harry had conversed with a garden snake the previous summer, an ability they had discussed but never fully explored. Dumbledore looked between them with new intensity. You can speak Parseltongue, Harry. Harry nodded hesitantly. I found out by accident. A snake in our garden, I thought I was speaking English until Charlie told me otherwise. Another effect of the soul fragment, Dumbledore murmured. Voldemort transferred some of his abilities to you that night, including his rare gift of snake speech. Which means I can open the chamber, Harry said, following the logical conclusion. I can find whatever they've planted there. Absolutely not, Charlie objected immediately. If this is connected to Voldemort, if it's strengthening his influence, it's also affecting me directly, Harry countered with unexpected firmness. My scar, my connection to him. I can feel where this thing is, Charlie. No one else can find it as quickly. He's right, Dumbledore said reluctantly. Time is critical, and Harry's connection provides a tracking ability we cannot replicate. However, he added, seeing Charlie's growing objection, we will go together, all three of us. The combined protection of Hell's Princess and Hogwarts Headmaster should provide adequate security. Charlie still looked unconvinced, but another tremor ran through the castle, stronger this time, accompanied by distant shouts that suggested the confrontation outside was escalating. Fine, she relented. But at the first sign of increased danger to Harry, we abort and find another solution. With that tentative agreement, they set off toward the second-floor girls' bathroom that Harry somehow knew, through Voldemort's memories seeping into his consciousness, concealed the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. As they hurried through the increasingly unstable castle, Harry fought to maintain his mental shields while still following the psychic trail pulling him toward the hidden chamber. The contradictory needs, to both resist and utilize the connection to Voldemort, made his head pound with mounting pressure. The triangulation is progressing, Dumbledore observed grimly as they ran. The magical disturbances are increasing in frequency and intensity. Whatever ritual they've initiated is approaching a critical stage. What exactly happens if they complete it? Harry asked, trying to focus on practical concerns rather than the pain. Based on the components, Dumbledore replied, I believe they're attempting to create a direct conduit between you and Voldemort, specifically between your life force and his fragmented soul. If successful, it could potentially provide him with enough energy to achieve some form of corporeal resurrection. Using me as a battery, Harry translated flatly. Draining my life to restore his. Essentially, yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Though the process would likely be gradual rather than immediate, a parasitic connection that would strengthen over time rather than a single catastrophic event. Even better, Harry muttered. A slow death instead of a quick one. We're not letting it happen at all, Charlie stated firmly, her partially transformed state making her look more demonic than Harry had ever seen outside their training sessions. We find the focus object, destroy it, and end this attempted ritual before it progresses any further. They reached the bathroom to find it eerily still, the usual ghost occupant nowhere to be seen. Harry approached the sink that his borrowed memories identified as the entrance, studying the small snake carved into the copper tap. I need to speak Parseltongue to open it, he said, glancing back at his companions. It responds specifically to snake language. Proceed, Dumbledore nodded, his wand at the ready. But remain behind us once the entrance appears. Harry turned back to the carved snake, concentrating on seeing it as a real serpent rather than an engraving. Open, he commanded, the word emerging as a chilling hiss that made both adults beside him tense involuntarily. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The sink receded into the floor, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide into, a passageway leading deep beneath the castle. I'll go first, Charlie said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Then Harry, with Dumbledore following to guard our rear. Harry expected Dumbledore to object to Charlie taking command, but the headmaster merely nodded in agreement, apparently recognizing her protective instinct toward Harry as an asset rather than a challenge to his authority. Charlie transformed more fully, her demonic attributes becoming pronounced as she prepared for potential combat, horns extending, eyes glowing crimson, nails lengthening into claws. With a final nod to her companions, she slipped into the pipe and disappeared into the darkness below. Harry followed moments later, sliding through damp darkness for what felt like minutes before emerging into a stone tunnel littered with small animal bones and shed snakeskin. Charlie waited at the bottom, helping him to his feet as Dumbledore arrived shortly after. This way, Harry said, following both the increasing pain in his scar and the memories bleeding through his mental shields. There's a door ahead that needs Parseltongue again. They moved cautiously through the tunnel, Dumbledore providing magical light while Charlie's heightened demonic senses scanned for threats. The distant sounds of conflict from above had faded, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the dripping of water from the stone ceiling. The massive circular door Harry had seen in his vision appeared around a bend in the tunnel, a great stone barrier carved with serpents that appeared almost alive in the magical light. Once again, Harry spoke the Parseltongue command, and the serpents moved, the door unlocking itself with ancient mechanical precision. Beyond lay the chamber itself, a vast cathedral-like space with towering stone pillars carved in the form of serpents, a long walkway bordered by shallow water, and at the far end, an enormous statue of a bearded wizard that could only be Salazar Slytherin. But what drew their attention immediately was the unnatural blue light pulsing at the center of the chamber, a floating crystalline object about the size of a quaffle, hovering above a makeshift altar. The focus object, Dumbledore identified grimly. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the stolen prophecy orb at its core, modified with additional enchantments. Harry's scar burned with increasing intensity as they approached the glowing crystal. Through the pain, he could feel Voldemort's presence more strongly than ever, not physically in the chamber with them, but connected through the magical construct before them. He's watching through it somehow, Harry gasped, fighting to maintain his shields. He can see us right now. Charlie moved protectively closer to Harry while Dumbledore examined the crystal from a cautious distance, his wand weaving complex diagnostic patterns. Ingenious and terrible, the headmaster murmured. They've created a modified Horcrux receptor, not a Horcrux itself, but a device designed to amplify the connection between existing soul fragments. It's drawing on Hogwarts ambient magic to strengthen the link between Harry and the soul piece within him, while simultaneously connecting to other Horcruxes. Can we destroy it? Charlie asked, maintaining a defensive position between Harry and the crystal. Not easily, Dumbledore admitted. Conventional spells would likely trigger a catastrophic release of the energy it's accumulated. It requires a specific counter-ritual or hellfire, Charlie interrupted, her eyes fixed on the pulsing crystal. Pure hellfire can destroy soul magic. It's one of the few substances capable of permanently eradicating Horcruxes. Dumbledore looked surprised but didn't dispute her claim. That would indeed be effective, though the backlash could be dangerous in such close quarters. I can contain it, Charlie assured him, already preparing to summon the necessary power. Harry, stay back with Dumbledore. This will be intense. Harry moved reluctantly to Dumbledore's side, fighting the bizarre dual sensation of wanting to both flee from and approach the crystal as it pulsed in synchrony with his heartbeat. His scar felt like a brand against his forehead, Voldemort's rage and fear bleeding through as the dark wizard sensed their intention to destroy the focus object. Charlie approached the altar, her demonic form fully manifested now, wings of fire sprouting from her back, horns extended, her entire being radiating hellish power as she prepared to unleash concentrated hellfire on the corrupted crystal. Just as she raised her hands to direct the cleansing flame, Harry felt a sudden shift in the magical atmosphere, a new presence entering their awareness. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Princess," came a smooth, aristocratic voice from behind them. "Not unless you want to trigger a rather unpleasant chain reaction." They turned to find Lucius Malfoy standing at the chamber entrance, his wand pointed not at them but at a small black book he held in his other hand, a book that radiated malevolence even from a distance. Another Horcrux, Dumbledore identified immediately. Tom Riddle's diary. Indeed, Malfoy confirmed with a cold smile. Connected to the focus crystal through the ritual triangle we've established. Destroy the crystal prematurely, and the magical backlash transfers directly to the boy through his scar. He gestured at Harry with a slight nod. Quite fatal, I'm afraid, even for someone under such unusual protection. Charlie's flames didn't diminish, but she paused her attack, eyes darting between Malfoy, the diary, and Harry. You're bluffing. If Harry dies, your master loses his best chance at resurrection. A calculated risk, Malfoy acknowledged. But perhaps unnecessary if we can reach an accommodation. The ritual requires only temporary access to the boy's magical core, painful, certainly, but not necessarily fatal if managed correctly. And we're supposed to trust your management? Charlie scoffed. You have limited alternatives, Malfoy pointed out. The castle is currently surrounded by my associates, including several who have particular grievances against young Potter. The Order members are occupied. And the ritual triangle is already active, as the boy's increasing discomfort surely confirms. Harry's condition was indeed deteriorating rapidly, the pain in his scar now accompanied by a strange pulling sensation, as if something essential was being gradually extracted from his very being. Dumbledore had placed a supportive hand on his shoulder, but even the headmaster's considerable power seemed unable to interrupt the magical connection linking Harry to the crystal. What do you want, Lucius? Dumbledore asked, his voice deceptively calm despite the tension evident in his stance. Merely to complete the ritual without interference, Malfoy replied. Allow the process to continue for precisely 7 minutes. The Dark Lord will receive the energy transfer he requires, and the boy will survive, albeit somewhat diminished. Resist, and I cannot guarantee any of your safety, including the child's. It was a stalemate. Charlie could destroy the crystal but potentially kill Harry in the process. Dumbledore might overcome Malfoy in a direct confrontation, but not before the Death Eater could trigger whatever deadly connection existed between the diary and the focus object. And with each passing second, more of Harry's life force was being channeled through the ritual triangle to wherever Voldemort waited. Harry, despite the increasing pain, found his mind unusually clear. The solution came to him not through logic but through instinct, the connection to Charlie that Lucifer had advised him to trust in moments of true danger. Charlie, he called, his voice steadier than his condition should have allowed. Remember our fire practice? The fusion we couldn't quite perfect? Charlie's eyes widened slightly as she caught his meaning. The blending of wizard fire and hellfire, an ability unique to Harry because of their guardian bond. An ability that might allow him to channel hellfire without the direct backlash Malfoy threatened. "It's too dangerous," she said, but her tone lacked conviction. "We never stabilized it for more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds might be enough," Harry replied, straightening despite the pain. "If we time it right." Dumbledore, following their exchange with remarkable perception, subtly adjusted his position to block Malfoy's direct line of sight to Harry. "Whatever you're planning," he murmured, "I suggest haste. The ritual approaches a critical threshold." Harry nodded, focusing through the pain to access the techniques Charlie had been teaching him for months. He extended his right hand, summoning standard wizard fire with a whispered incendio, an expected spell that wouldn't alarm Malfoy. Then, with his left hand partially concealed by his body, he reached for the more difficult hellfire connection that he accessed through his bond with Charlie. For once, the soul fragment's heightened activity worked in his favor. The magical sensitivity it created allowed him to feel the exact resonance of Charlie's hellfire, to match its frequency with his own magical core in a way that had eluded him during practice sessions. "Whatever you're attempting, it won't work," Malfoy called, tensing as he sensed their preparation for action. "The diary is linked directly to the boy's scar. Any attack on the focus object will," he never finished the sentence. With a final glance at Charlie, Harry brought his hands together, merging the two flames into a perfect spiral of gold and crimson, wizard fire and hellfire in harmony for the first time. Instead of exploding as it had in every practice attempt, the fused flame stabilized, responding to Harry's desperate need and Charlie's supportive guidance through their bond. Before Malfoy could react, Harry thrust both hands toward the crystal, directing the fused flame with every ounce of his concentration. The spiral of fire struck the focus object with pinpoint accuracy, engulfing it in flames that were neither fully hellish nor fully wizardly but something entirely new, a perfect blend that attacked the soul magic while simultaneously shielding Harry from the worst of the backlash. The crystal shattered with a sound like 1,000 screams, releasing a shockwave of magical energy that knocked everyone in the chamber off their feet. Harry felt a searing pain in his scar, followed by a sensation like a cord being severed, painful but somehow liberating, as if something that had been pulling at him for years had suddenly released its grip. Across the chamber, Lucius Malfoy screamed as the diary in his hand burst into matching spiral flames, the Horcrux within it destroyed by the magical feedback channeled through the ritual triangle. The Death Eater dropped the burning book and fled toward the entrance, abandoning his mission in the face of unexpected catastrophe. Harry slumped to his knees, physically drained but mentally clearer than he'd felt in months. The constant background noise of Voldemort's emotions, something he'd grown so accustomed to that he barely noticed it anymore, had diminished to a whisper, the connection weakened though not completely broken. Charlie was at his side instantly, checking him for injuries with frantic concern. "Harry? Are you all right? Talk to me." "I'm okay," he managed, offering a weak smile. "It worked, the fusion held." "Remarkable," Dumbledore breathed, joining them after confirming that Malfoy had indeed fled. "You channeled hellfire through a wizard's magical core without the usual catastrophic effects. I've never seen anything like it." "The Guardian Bond," Charlie explained, helping Harry to his feet. "It allows for certain resonances between our magical signatures. We've been practicing, but never achieved stable fusion until now." "Necessity is often magic's most potent catalyst," Dumbledore observed. "Though I suspect there's more to it than mere desperation. The soul fragment in Harry's scar appears to have been partially dislodged by the experience." Harry touched his forehead in surprise. The lightning bolt scar felt different, still present, but less prominent, the tissue less inflamed than it had been for as long as he could remember. "It's weaker," he confirmed. "I can still feel him, but it's like he's further away now. Muffled." Charlie's expression showed equal parts relief and fascination. "The fusion fire must have affected the soul fragment without destroying it completely, weakened its hold without the fatal backlash Malfoy threatened." "A development worth further study," Dumbledore agreed. "But for now, I suggest we exit this chamber with haste." The destruction of the focus object will have alerted Voldemort's supporters that their plan has failed. We should rejoin the order and secure the castle before, a tremendous rumble interrupted him, the entire chamber shaking as dust and small stones rained from the ceiling. That wasn't magical, Charlie observed grimly. That was physical. They're attacking the castle directly now. They made their way back through the tunnel with urgent speed, Harry moving with surprising strength given his recent ordeal. The fusion fire experience had drained him magically, but the partial liberation from Voldemort's soul fragment provided a counterbalancing energy that kept him on his feet. Emerging from the bathroom entrance, they found Hogwarts in chaos. Spellfire flashed through corridors, portraits shouted warnings and directions to students who had been evacuated to secure locations, and the very walls seemed to shudder under magical assault. "The wards are falling," Dumbledore announced, his usual calm demeanor replaced by focused urgency. Without the focus crystal to complete their ritual, the Death Eaters have resorted to brute force attacks on the castle's defenses. "We need to get Harry out of here," Charlie insisted. "If we can't secure the castle," "No," Harry interrupted firmly. "I can help. The fusion fire, I can still do it. It worked against the crystal and the diary." "Absolutely not," Charlie objected. "You're magically exhausted." "Another attempt could what?" Harry challenged. "Kill me. They're already trying to do that. But I have something they don't expect, something even Voldemort doesn't understand." "And what is that, Harry?" Dumbledore asked quietly, studying the determined young wizard with newfound respect. Harry looked between his two guardians, one official, one chosen, with unwavering resolve. "I have a family who taught me that prophecies don't control my destiny. I have a connection to hell's magic that no Death Eater can counter. And I have something Voldemort lost a long time ago, something worth fighting for beyond just survival." Charlie recognized the echo of her own teachings in his words, the emphasis on choice over destiny, on connection over isolation, on love as a force more powerful than mere magic. Despite her fear for his safety, pride bloomed alongside her concern. "If we do this," she said carefully, "we do it together. Your fusion fire guided by my power, Dumbledore's protection surrounding us both. A true blending of all our strengths." Harry nodded, accepting these terms. Dumbledore looked between them with an expression that mingled wonder and sadness, perhaps recognizing that the boy before him had grown into someone far different from the sacrificial piece he had once, regrettably, positioned on the chessboard of prophecy. "To the Great Hall," the headmaster decided. "The Order will have established a defensive position there. Together, we might be able to reinforce the castle's failing wards with your unique magical collaboration." As they moved through the embattled castle, Harry felt a strange calm descend despite the chaos around them. For the first time since learning about the prophecy, about Voldemort, about the fragment of dark soul attached to his own, he felt truly in control of his destiny. Not because the dangers had diminished, if anything, they had intensified, but because he finally understood the true meaning of Charlie's most important lesson. Power came not from prophecy or magical bloodlines or even innate ability, but from the connections we forge and the choices we make. He was neither purely wizard nor partly demon, neither solely the boy who lived nor simply Charlie's ward. He was Harry Potter, prince of two realms by choice and bond, facing his future on his own terms. And for now, that future involved defending Hogwarts alongside the two most powerful magical guardians a boy could hope for, fighting not because destiny demanded it, but because it was the right thing to do. The Great Hall had been transformed from its usual academic grandeur into a tactical command center. Order members maintained shields along the windows and entrances, while Professor McGonagall coordinated defensive teams with military precision. Injured defenders were being treated by Madame Pomfrey in one corner, while magical communications flew in and out via Patronus messengers and enchanted parchment. Their arrival caused a momentary pause in the activity, all eyes turning to the unusual trio, Dumbledore looking grimmer than most had ever seen him, Charlie in her partially transformed demonic state, and Harry Potter, the 8-year-old boy at the center of the conflict, standing between them with unexpected composure. "Albus!" McGonagall called, striding toward them. The eastern wards have fallen completely. Hagrid reports at least 20 Death Eaters attempting to breach the main gates, and something else, something not human, attacking the southern boundary. Not human. Charlie repeated sharply. What exactly? Unclear, McGonagall admitted. Hagrid described it as shadow-like but solid enough to leave footprints that smoke. Charlie and Dumbledore exchanged alarmed glances. Hellhounds, Charlie identified. But not mine or my father's, these would be fallen hounds, corrupted versions bound to dark wizards through forbidden rituals. Someone on Voldemort's side has been dabbling in demonic summoning. Can you counter them? Dumbledore asked. Yes, but it complicates our defense. Hellhounds can't breach Hogwarts standard wards, which means someone inside has already modified the southern boundary protections to allow non-human entities, Dumbledore finished grimly. We have an infiltrator beyond Malfoy. Harry, who had been studying the magical model of Hogwarts that floated in the center of the hall, a tactical display showing the castle's defenses and the positions of identified threats, spoke up suddenly. There, he pointed to a section of the southern wall where the magical representation showed a peculiar distortion. That's not battle damage. Someone's created a specific opening in the wards, a door keyed to certain magical signatures. The adults stared at him in surprise, then back at the model. He's right, Professor Flitwick confirmed, levitating himself for a better view of the section Harry had identified. That's not random deterioration, that's a deliberate modification to the ward structure. Quite sophisticated work, actually. Can we close it? McGonagall asked. Not conventionally, not while under active assault, Flitwick replied. The original caster has linked it to the castle's core ward stone. Any attempt to remove it through standard methods would potentially collapse all remaining defenses. Harry looked at Charlie, a silent communication passing between them through their bond. The fusion fire could work, he said aloud. It's not conventional magic, it's a blend that the ward stone wouldn't recognize as either an attack or a modification attempt. Dumbledore considered this with remarkable openness given the unprecedented nature of Harry's suggestion. The theory is sound, but the practical application remains extremely dangerous. You would need to be physically present at the ward breach point to apply the fusion fire directly to the modified section. Which means going outside the castle's remaining protections, Charlie added, concern evident in her voice. Into the direct path of the approaching Hellhounds and Death Eaters. I'll go with him, came a new voice as Remus Lupin joined their group, looking battle-worn but determined. James and Lily would never forgive me if I let their son face this alone. You won't be alone, Charlie corrected firmly. I'll be the one accompanying Harry. The fusion fire requires my direct connection to him, it literally cannot work without my presence. Then I'll provide additional coverage, Lupin insisted. Along with whoever else can be spared from the main defense. A strategy quickly formed. Charlie and Harry would approach the ward breach point under the protection of a small team consisting of Lupin, Mad-Eye Moody, who volunteered with characteristic gruffness, and 2 other experienced Order members. Dumbledore would remain in the Great Hall, coordinating the castle's overall defense and ready to provide emergency extraction if the situation deteriorated beyond their control. As they prepared to depart, gathering necessary supplies and reviewing the tactical approach, Dumbledore took Harry aside for a private word. What you're attempting goes beyond extraordinary bravery, Harry, the headmaster said quietly. It represents a type of magic I have never witnessed in my considerable lifetime, a true fusion of realms thought to be fundamentally incompatible. Harry nodded, understanding the significance. Charlie says boundaries between magical traditions are mostly artificial, human constructs rather than natural laws. She thinks the Guardian Bond let us bypass those artificial limitations. A fascinating theory, Dumbledore acknowledged. And one that, if proven effective today, may fundamentally alter our understanding of magical cooperation. He hesitated, then added more personally, I find myself increasingly grateful for the day Charlie Morningstar decided to rescue a boy from a cupboard under the stairs, regardless of protocols or prophecies. Me too, Harry replied simply. Their moment was interrupted by Charlie's return with their tactical team assembled and ready. Final preparations complete, they moved out toward the southern section of the castle, following a route designed to keep them under the remaining protective wards for as long as possible. As they approached the compromised boundary, the sounds of battle intensified, magical explosions, inhuman howling that could only be the hellhounds, and the distinctive crackle of powerful combat spells. Through windows and damaged sections of wall, Harry caught glimpses of the grounds beyond, Order members and teachers engaged in desperate fighting against black-robed figures, while shadow-like creatures with glowing red eyes bounded across the landscape with unnatural speed. "Remember the plan," Charlie instructed as they reached their final position of cover, a partially collapsed corridor with a direct view of the ward breach point 30 yards ahead. Lupin and Moody create the initial diversion. The others establish a perimeter shield to buy us the 90 seconds we need to reach the breach and apply the fusion fire. No heroics, no deviations, we fix the ward and retreat immediately. Harry nodded, mentally preparing himself for what would be the most challenging magical working he'd ever attempted. The partial fusion in the chamber had been driven by desperate instinct. This would require precision and control under far less favorable conditions. "Harry," Charlie added more softly, kneeling to his eye level. "If at any point the fusion becomes unstable, if you feel it starting to collapse, I drop it immediately and we retreat," he finished. "I know, Charlie. I won't take unnecessary risks." She studied him for a moment, then pulled him into a quick, fierce hug. "Whatever happens out there, I'm proud of you. Prouder than I ever thought possible." The star marks on their wrists pulsed in unison, the guardian bond flowing with emotional and magical energy between them. Harry drew strength from the connection, focusing his mind as Lupin signaled the team to their starting positions. "On my mark," Moody growled, his magical eye spinning wildly as it tracked movement beyond the walls. 3, 2, 1. Now. Chaos erupted as the diversionary team burst from cover, sending powerful spells toward the Death Eaters guarding the ward breach. Harry and Charlie waited for their opening, watching as shields flared and counterspells flew in a deadly light show of magical combat. "There." Charlie pointed to a momentary gap in the defensive line. "Move." They sprinted from cover, Charlie partially shielding Harry with her body as they raced toward the wavering distortion in the air that marked the modified section of ward. Spells whizzed past them, most deflected by the perimeter shield their team was maintaining, but a few coming dangerously close as Death Eaters realized the significance of their movement. A hellhound materialized from shadow directly in their path, its red eyes fixed on Harry with malevolent intelligence. Before either of them could react, the creature leaped, only to be intercepted mid-air by a massive silver wolf that could only be Lupin's Patronus. The collision bought them precious seconds to continue their advance. They reached the ward breach point just as the perimeter shield began to falter under concentrated assault. Up close, the magical distortion was even more obvious, a shimmering vulnerability in Hogwarts' otherwise formidable defenses, pulsing with dark energy that felt fundamentally wrong against the castle's ancient protective magic. "Now, Harry." Charlie called, dropping to one knee beside him, her hands extended toward the breach without quite touching it. "Just like we practiced, but with intent to heal rather than destroy." Harry nodded, centering himself despite the battle raging around them. He extended his right hand, summoning standard wizard fire, the golden flames responding easily to his call. With his left, he reached for the more challenging hellfire connection, accessing it through his bond with Charlie who channeled her power in tandem with his effort. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, responding to their synchronized intent, crimson flames appeared in Harry's left palm, smaller than Charlie could produce directly, but remarkably stable for a human-wielding hellfire. The next step was the most critical and dangerous, the actual fusion of the two fundamentally different magical fires. Harry brought his hands together slowly, focusing not on forcing the flames to combine but on inviting them to dance together, to find harmony in their differences just as he and Charlie had done as guardian and ward. Around them, the battle seemed to slow, combatants on both sides momentarily transfixed by the unprecedented magical working unfolding before them. Even the hellhounds paused in their attacks, ancestral memory perhaps recognizing the royal hellfire Charlie channeled through their bond. The flames touched, swirled, and then, with a sound like a musical note struck on crystal, merged into a perfect spiral of gold and crimson. The fusion was more stable than in the chamber, more controlled, the dual fire responding to Harry's will as if it had always been his to command. The ward breach, Charlie reminded him gently, her voice steady despite the strain of channeling hellfire to a human conduit. Focus on healing the castle's defenses, on rejecting the foreign modification. Harry directed the spiral flame toward the shimmering distortion, visualizing not destruction but restoration, the mending of something wrongfully torn. The fusion fire touched the ward breach and spread across it like liquid light, following the contours of the magical damage and seeping into the very fabric of Hogwarts' protections. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the castle itself appeared to respond, the stones beneath their feet warming slightly, a subtle vibration running through the structure as if the ancient building had taken a deep breath. The ward distortion flickered, wavered, and began to close, the fusion fire acting as a catalyst for Hogwarts' own self-healing magic rather than as a direct repair. "It's working!" Charlie exclaimed, watching as the breach steadily sealed itself. The castle is accepting the fusion as compatible with its own protections. Around them, the effects were immediate and dramatic. The hellhounds outside the closing wards suddenly found themselves cut off from their summoner's control, their forms destabilizing as Hogwarts' returning protections rejected their presence. Death Eaters who had been utilizing the breach as a channel for certain dark spells found their magic rebounding unpredictably. Harry maintained his concentration, guiding the fusion fire along the entirety of the damaged section until the last trace of the malicious modification had been eliminated. As the ward sealed completely, a pulse of golden crimson light spread outward along Hogwarts' boundaries, the fusion fire's energy being incorporated into the castle's overall defensive network. "Retreat now!" Moody bellowed as their enemies regrouped from the unexpected setback. Back to the castle. Charlie helped Harry to his feet, the magical working had drained him significantly, and they turned to race back toward the relative safety of Hogwarts' walls. Their protective team closed ranks around them, Lupin and another Order member physically supporting Harry when his legs threatened to give out from exhaustion. They had almost reached the castle entrance when a high, cold laugh froze them in place, a sound Harry recognized from his nightmares, a laugh that should have been impossible given what they knew of Voldemort's disembodied state. "The boy with two guardians," came a voice that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. "How touching that you believe your little family can defy Lord Voldemort's will." A figure materialized 20 yards away, not fully corporeal but more substantial than a ghost, with the distinctive features Harry had glimpsed in visions, chalk-white skin, skeletal thinness, and red eyes that fixed on him with malevolent intensity. "Impossible," Lupin whispered. "He can't have regained physical form so quickly." "Not physical," Charlie corrected grimly. "Projected. He's using the magical energy from the failed ritual to temporarily manifest a semi-corporeal presence. It can't last long." "Long enough," Voldemort's apparition replied, confirming Charlie's assessment. "Long enough to leave my mark once more on the boy who continues to defy death." He raised a semi-transparent hand, and a sickly green light began to form at his fingertips, unmistakably the beginning of a killing curse. Charlie moved with inhuman speed, placing herself directly between Harry and Voldemort, her demonic form fully manifesting in response to the immediate threat. Wings of fire erupted from her back, her eyes blazed crimson, and the air around her shimmered with hellish power. "You forget who guards him now, Riddle," she snarled, using Voldemort's birth name deliberately. "The boy who lived is under Hell's protection. Your fractured soul gives you no authority in my domain." Voldemort's projected form wavered slightly, seemingly taken aback by Charlie's transformation and her knowledge of his true name. But his magical attack continued to build, the green light intensifying as he prepared to strike. "Hell has no claim on the living," he hissed. And no power over my destiny or the boys. The prophecy binds us, not your presumptuous guardianship. Harry, supported by Lupin but still conscious, felt a surge of strength born not from magic but from Charlie's unwavering protection. Despite his exhaustion, he stepped forward to stand beside her rather than behind her, his hand finding hers as their guardian bond pulsed with shared purpose. "You're wrong," Harry said, his voice steady despite facing the wizard who had murdered his parents and tried to kill him. "Prophecies don't control us. They're just possibilities, not prison sentences. And I choose a different possibility than the one you're counting on." As he spoke, the star marks on both his and Charlie's wrists began to glow with increasing intensity, not the usual gentle pulse but a brilliant radiance that spread up their joined hands and arms. The guardian bond, stressed by the direct confrontation with the being connected to Harry's soul fragment, was manifesting physically in response to their shared defiance. Voldemort's projected form recoiled slightly from the light. "What magic is this? What have you done to the boy?" "Nothing," Charlie replied, strength flowing between her and Harry through their connected hands. "This is what happens when protection is freely given and freely accepted. When family is chosen rather than dictated. Something your fragmented soul can never understand, Tom Riddle." With a howl of rage, Voldemort released his partially formed killing curse, but the magic was unstable, weakened by his non-corporeal state and the failing energy of the disrupted ritual. The green light sputtered and wavered as it approached, more symbolic than truly lethal. Harry, acting on pure instinct, raised his free hand. The residual fusion fire still flowing through his magical core responded, erupting from his palm in a spiraling shield of gold and crimson that intercepted Voldemort's attack. The two magics collided in a spectacular display of light and sound, the weakened killing curse dissolving against the unprecedented defense of blended hellfire and wizard magic. The magical feedback from the collision rippled through Voldemort's projected form, causing it to flicker and distort. With a final scream of fury and frustration, the apparition collapsed in on itself, the temporary manifestation failing as the last energy from the disrupted ritual dissipated. In the sudden silence that followed, Harry swayed on his feet, the last of his strength fading with Voldemort's disappearance. Charlie caught him before he could fall, lifting him effortlessly as the Order members regrouped around them for the final push back to the castle. "Did we win?" Harry murmured, fighting to remain conscious. Charlie looked around at the battlefield, Death Eaters retreating without their leader's projection to guide them, Hellhounds banished by the restored wards, Hogwarts standing firm despite the assault. It wasn't a decisive victory in the larger war they now faced, but it was unquestionably a significant triumph against overwhelming odds. "We won today," she told him honestly. "And we learned something important about your connection to Voldemort. It can be weakened, perhaps eventually broken completely. That's a victory worth celebrating." Harry nodded, finally surrendering to exhaustion as they carried him back into Hogwarts' protective embrace. His last conscious thought was not of Voldemort or prophecies or the dangers surely still to come, but of the family he had found against all odds, a demon princess who had seen his suffering and chosen to act, a wizarding world that was slowly becoming his heritage rather than his burden, and a future that, for the first time, felt like his to shape rather than merely survive. Prince of two realms indeed, not by birth or prophecy, but by bonds freely chosen and fiercely protected. As darkness claimed him, Harry smiled, secure in the knowledge that whatever challenges awaited, he would face them with his unusual but devoted family by his side. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.